Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the July Cabinet meeting. My name is Councillor Millie Earle. I'm the leader of BCP Council, and I'll be chairing the meeting today. I'd like to welcome members of the public who have given up their time to be here with us today, and of course to Cabinet members and other councillors who are in the room and online. First of all, I'm just going to hand over to Sarah from Democratic Services to go over the housekeeping for today's meeting.
Thank you. Please note that this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the Chair in case of disruption. For those in the room, please note that if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly point at the War Memorial in the gardens opposite the front of the building in Bourne Avenue. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. For those in the room, this includes turning off microphones and turning the volume down completely on your laptops. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move to agenda item 1, which is apologies. I've had apologies from Councillor Mike Cox, who is the Vice Chair of Cabinet and portfolio holder for Finance, but Councillor Cox will be joining us online to present his papers, but we'll propose and second them in the room here. Otherwise, everyone is present. Agenda item 2 is declarations of interest. I haven't received any. But I'm seeing a hand up. Councillor Herritt.
I have a pecuniary interest relating to item 10 on the agenda and will be leaving the room for that.
Thank you. Can I see if there are any other declarations of interest? No. So we'll move on to agenda item 3, which is the confirmation of minutes. That is of the last meeting, which was held on the, it wasn't the 13th of May, it was the 18th of June. Can I see if I've got a proposer for the minutes? Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to propose the Cabinet approve these minutes, but it will be subject to a small amendment, which I found on page 15 under the reasons section, this small b, which should read, the Department for Transport awarded the Council 1,890,000. So can you add either the missing zero to the written figure or change to 1.89 million as recorded on the previous page? It's small, but it does make a lot of difference. Thank you.
Well spotted, Councillor Moore. Is there someone who would second those minutes?
Happy to second, subject to the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. And what we'll do is take a vote on whether to accept those minutes subject to the amendment. Can I see a show of hands, please? Thank you, that's unanimous. Okay, so moving on to public issues, which is agenda item 4. I don't believe we have received any public issues at all, so no petitions, no questions or statements. However, I am aware that we have people in the room who may want to speak on certain items, so I'll call those at those specific items. I do also have Councillor Herritt. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge receipt publicly of a letter that from the Bournemouth Area Hospitality Association. It didn't meet the constitutional requirement, but did ask for us to renew our approach to tourism in the BCP area. Obviously too lengthy to read out and respond publicly at this point, but we will be reaching out to arrange a meeting in the near future.
Thank you very much, Councillor Herritt. So we'll move on to agenda item 5, which is recommendations from Overview and Scrutiny committees. These are items or recommendations which are not otherwise on the Cabinet agenda. Can I ask if there are any items to report from our chairs of those committees, please? So I'll start with Councillor Salmon. Nothing from Overview and Scrutiny Board. Councillor Rigby. I'm not seeing any indication. Councillor Canavan from Health, nope. Councillor Carl Brown from Children's, no. So we have no items that have been that have come from those scrutiny committees, not otherwise on the agenda. So moving on to agenda item 6, this is the financial outturn for 24-25. Councillor Cox will be presenting this item. Can I see if there is someone to propose that item? Thank you, Councillor Brown. And someone to second? Thank you, Councillor Martin. So over to you, Councillor Cox.
Thank you very much, Leader. It's a privilege really to present to you the annual financial outturn report for the financial year 24-25. This document delivers a comprehensive account of BCP's fiscal performance, encompassing the revenue and capital budget outturns, the reserves position, dedicated schools grant outturn, housing revenue account, and the results of our council's subsidiary companies and partner organisations. Despite an extremely challenging budgetary environment, I'm pleased to report that the council did achieve a £1.2 million revenue surplus, representing a notable improvement on the balance position forecast in Q3. This has been accomplished really through prudent financial management, rigorous expenditure controls, and a conscious effort to address the inherited £30 million structural deficit from the previous administration. Notably, the council set out a balanced budget and a medium-term financial plan in February 24, targeting sustainability over a 4-year period to March 2028. The report outlines the delivery of £38 million in fully itemised savings for the year, with an achievement rate of over 86%, primarily through service transformations, reductions in third-party spending, staff savings, and increased income generation. Where savings have proven undelivered, effective mitigations have been identified to minimise the impact. Council tax was increased by the government's permitted maximum of 4.899% to address the ongoing cost of living and service demand pressures, with similar increases planned for future years to maintain fiscal resilience. Furthermore, a revised approach to debt repayment has seen voluntary contributions made above statutory minimums, thereby reducing the long-term financial liabilities of the council. The report provides detailed recommendations to the Cabinet, including noting the financial position for 24-25, setting aside £500,000 in earmarked reserves to manage income risks related to the forthcoming residence card pilot scheme, transferring the residual £0.7 million surplus to unearmarked reserves, agreeing capital requirements to optimise the use of the bus services improvement plan funding, addressing the projected overspend on the museum's capital scheme and the associated shortfall in third-party contributions, and recommending a revised funding strategy for the pool museums, involving an increase in the approved prudential borrowing of 1.3 million. Additionally, the report includes extensive background context, such as the breakdown of the general fund net revenue budget of 359 million and the capital programme of 148 million, as well as the updates on the revenue, the housing revenue account and the dedicated schools grant. It does provide a summary of the council's reserves position, actions taken to manage the budget pressures, and the overall progress of our transformation and savings programme. In summary, therefore, Leader, this paper not only fulfils our statutory obligations and demonstrates the compliance with best financial practice, but it also provides an assurance on the council's commitment to sustainability, to financial prudence, and the ongoing delivery of quality services to our residents. I therefore commend this report to Cabinet for consideration and look forward to an informed and constructive discussion on its implications and recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. I'm going to see if there are any councillors in the room or online who wish to speak on this item. I'm not seeing any indication, so over to Cabinet. Anyone wishing to speak on this item? I think some of us were at Overview and Scrutiny last night and listened to the debate and took those on board. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. Just very briefly, Councillor Cox referred to the Poole Museum project and the requirement to have a look at the increase the borrowing on that. I just wanted to say, partly because the first part of the museum reopens on Saturday, Scaplan's Court. This is an absolutely astonishing project, £10 million, most of which, well, 60+% of which has been funded by external organisations like the Arts Council, Heritage Lottery, and a whole myriad of arts organisations and grant organisations and trusts and what have you. So this is going to turn Poole Museum into something that is of local, regional, and national significance. And I know some of my colleagues around the table have been there in recent weeks and seen what a remarkable project this is. I think people will be astonished when the museum opens in the autumn. So this is a phased opening. So I just wanted to mention that, because it would be remiss of me not to say this is an incredible thing for BCP. A lot of work's been done over four years. This project was started in 2021. It's just about to come to fruition. And it's clearly going to tick the boxes for so much of this council's aims and ambitions: arts and culture, history and heritage, visitor, town centre reimagination, regeneration, education, all those things. And I think it'd be right for me to mention that a number of national and international companies and organisations are interested in partnerships with the museum, because they are aware of what a fantastic thing we are going to be having here. So yes, there's been an overspend. Can I just make the point, though, that a large part of that is the funding that we were hoping to have or was planned from 2021 onwards. Some of it hasn't materialised, but that shouldn't take away from the fact that we have an incredible group of organisations which have come forward and wanted to be part of this project. And the borrowing will be repaid through the robust business plan that's been put forward by the museum. So this is a really brilliant piece of news for Poole and for the whole of the BCP. Thank you, Alina.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Moore.
Yes, thank you, Leader. I would also like to comment on Poole Museum. I've just visited the museum and Scaplan's Court, and I was absolutely blown away by the alterations and the work they've carried out. And I say this as a former Poole councillor who was involved with the museum service for many years. But Poole Museum was always a popular attraction. And when this work is completed, I'm sure it will become even more popular with residents and our visitors. But Scaplan's, as we heard, will be opening shortly. And personally, I've never seen it look so good and be so accessible. It will be ideal to promote everything to do with health and well-being, as the building is just so beautiful and just brimming with heritage charm and instant feel-good factor. It can be used for meetings by the council, by the communities, and at our partnership organisations. We can just think of it as the statutory use of beautiful places, I think. And I want to thank everyone who's worked on this project. And I think you've done a truly amazing job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, I think as Councillor Cox highlighted, there's been some really difficult decisions we've had to make in terms of balancing the books over this year, and I congratulate him, but also our officers. The team have worked really hard to try and make the savings that he highlighted, and it's pretty relentless. And I know, from my personal mailbag on things like street cleaning and things that that our residents do struggle with the decisions we've had to take, and it is about maintaining our statutory services, and that we have to be clear about that. Obviously the museum sits within my ward, and it is a great facility. I've been in a number of times as it's progressed, so it's been great to see the transformation, and I think it's also going to be a relief for the businesses that surround it. Again, I've had a lot of grief from them about the impact of having a building site in their midst. So lovely to be turning the corner and to see not just the Scaplands, but I believe the museum shop is also going to open, the tourist information is going to open on Saturday. So great to be getting beyond that, and obviously to a point where we will start to eke a little bit of income out of some of those facilities to help to start to pay the debt. So I think that's really helpful. But yeah, just a tribute to the staff. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Burton.
Thank you, Leader. Just a quick mention, because Councillor Cox did mention the SEND budget pressures in his report, and I did speak about this at Scrutiny last night. However, there's a paper on the SEND budget pressures coming up later. Therefore, I'll keep my information comments to that paper. But I just thought people who are watching might wonder why I hadn't spoken. So that's the reason.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, just a few comments. I mean, there's so much in this report, isn't there? So many tables, figures, and so much covering text. And Councillor Cox covered it well. But I think, particularly for those people out there who think that there's a lot of waste within local authorities and we're not good at managing the money, I think you look through this report and you just realise actually the truth is entirely the opposite. And I know from speaking to officers that this isn't the result of just a bit of sort of fiddling around with figures. This is week in, week out, officers in every department across the council working to stick within budgets, coping with expenditure freezes and not being able to always do the things that they want to do or spend money on the things they want to spend money on. And I just wanted to highlight a bit in my area, adult social care and commissioning, that the outturn within adult social care was pretty much right on the money, within £125 million budget, underspent by £19,000. As a darts analogy, I think that's pretty much hitting the bullseye, really. To do that on a £125 million budget is quite incredible, really. And during the year, there were lots of pressures, lots of additional complex cases coming up. There was increases in demand, but those have been managed, those have been addressed. Other changes have been made to work through the year to make sure that it can deliver that result at the end of the year. And on the commissioning side, to turn out 700,000 odd better than budget is a real result, and a result of real careful management at all levels right through the year to be able to deliver that. So I just wanted to recognise the work of everybody in finance and in all the other departments to actually deliver that result. And how important is it? It's not just a case of, well, this is our budget, we need to stick within it. It's actually a case of ongoing. We need to make sure each year that we stick within the budget, because otherwise the pressures just grow year on year on year. So I think, yeah, it's a real testament to the work of so many people to deliver that result.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I can't see anyone else indicating. Councillor Cox, anything to sum up?
No, thank you, Leader. I think we've covered everything that needs to be covered. So I'd recommend the report. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take this one to a vote. Can I see all those in favour, please, of the recommendations? That's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, so I'm actually going to bring forward agenda item 16, which is the Adult Social Care Fulfilled Lives Transformation Programme, and interrupt our finance papers to talk about this one. And apologies to colleagues who have been waiting for this one since the start. This item is going to be presented by Councillor Brown. Can I see if there was someone to second that one, please? Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Okay, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Leader. In the interest of time, I won't spend too much time talking on this, but I think we don't have that many sort of papers on adult social care coming to Cabinet, and colleagues will know from a financial perspective, it is the largest part of the council in terms of the budgets needed to deliver the services that we're obliged to deliver. So I think it does warrant a few minutes to sort of run through. Colleagues on Cabinet will be aware that last July we approved the Adult Social Care Fulfilled Lives Transformation Programme. Initial funding of £1.79 million was approved to actually sort of launch that programme, get staff in place and get the projects going. And colleagues had asked for it to come back to Cabinet after a year to approve to consider the results of that and look to approve the further £1.1 million funding, and that's what this report's about. The Adult Social Care Fulfilled Lives Transformation Programme, it's aligned with our BCP corporate strategy and also aligned with our Adult Social Care strategy that Cabinet approved in April just gone. The 4 key areas of the project, just to remind colleagues about how we work: short-term support, self-directed support and support at home are the 4 core areas, and some of them have progressed faster than others. But just in terms of the results delivered to date, I think there are some great examples in the report, and I think in the appendix as well. It gives some really nice, real sort of stories of how it's not just about how we can deliver services more economically, but it's actually about how we deliver services much more in tune with what people want. The 3 conversations model and way of working is really about asking our social care staff to really listen and actually enter sort of much more natural conversations with people. I suppose as a contrast, it's not just a case of sit down with a computer, tick boxes and say, oh, this is what we need to do for you. It's actually a case of really listening, understanding and working with people to find the right solution so that they can make the most of their lives and live a fulfilled life, regardless of the sort of difficulties that they face. And I've been in meetings with some of our social care staff, and the feedback I've had, there's been some really positive feedback both from staff and from clients, and some of that is detailed within the appendices, and I'd ask those to be there so that colleagues can not only consider this as a sort of financial transformation, a sort of dry paper, but actually really see the real difference, tangible difference it can make to the way people live their lives, and the additional independence that they can experience, and actually a much more sort of natural life living within our communities. So in some ways that's anecdotal, but just in terms of, and it gives some financial figures about the sort of levels of savings, and those were presented at Health and Adult Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee on Monday night. Just in terms of despite the rising numbers of people approaching adult social care for support and services, actually the numbers of assessments we need to do was actually reduced, because we're actually managing that much more effectively. And certainly the leader and myself were in a performance management meeting yesterday looking at the sort of charts, and you can really see on the sort of the key performance indicators over the last 6 months or so about how the month-on-month improvements in terms of the sort of number of people that are waiting for assessments, and the length of time that people are waiting to get those Care Act assessments, and lots of different areas within adult social care that actually all the indicators over the last 6 months, they all appear to be moving in the right directions. You know, that waiting times are coming down, and satisfaction of services is going up. So, and a lot of that is down to the work that we're doing here. And there's quite a lot of exciting work to come as well, particularly, I'll touch on one in the use of care technology. So rather than, there's some real innovations in terms of care technology. Colleagues are probably aware of things like sort of Lifeline, where people can have pendants, or falls detection if they fall over, but the changes in technology and mobile technology are meaning that there's a lot more technology that can be used, so that can mean that we don't actually need to have care workers sort of visiting somebody 4 times a day. It might only be a couple of times a day, and actually they've got access to technology and sort of remote monitoring to support them. So there's some really exciting sort of potential things coming down the line in terms of improving people's lives and actually preventing ill health. So I'd really would commend to colleagues that we approve the continuation of this transformation programme and the additional £1.1 million funding to carry on to the next stage.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Can I see if there are any councillors who aren't on Cabinet who wish to speak on this item? Councillor Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered whether you might want to squeeze the recommendation in from the committee that we had on Monday during the debate. Firstly, I just want to support everything that Councillor Brown has just said. When we discussed this on Monday, we did want to support the recommendation to Cabinet and Council that they approve the request for this additional funding. and to agree the fulfilled programme that we have set out. But also we just wanted to add that as a committee, we wanted to continue to monitor what is a 4-year programme, and in particular around self-directed support and support at home that will enable people to stay independent. So that's what our committee has asked to do. I think it would be worth saying through you, Chair, that at the meeting on Monday, I don't think officers could have been any clearer how difficult and how complex this piece of work is. But you know, it will need the investment that this recommendation includes, but it is a lengthy piece of work, and it's not just another project. It is fundamentally about changing culture, changing behaviour, and that doesn't happen quickly. But it's pleasing to be able to support this, Chair, and thank you for bringing it forward. I know I did ask you for my own selfish reasons to bring it forward, but a much more important issue has arisen in relation to the CQC inspection, and I know officers will want to be able to focus on that, I have absolute confidence that they will do a brilliant job, and I wish them well with the CQC inspection, and I know that they will be able to express the brilliant work that they're doing. And obviously this project is just part of that work, and I stressed it's only part of the work, but it's an important part. So thank you for indulging me, Chair, and I'm very happy to support those recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ganavan. Are there any other councillors not on Cabinet wanting to speak on this item? Okay, so over to Cabinet. Wow, I think we were all very impressed with your introduction there, Councillor Brown, and it covers everything that it needed to and has the endorsement of course, of Health and Adults Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, well, I thank Councillor Canavan and the Health and Adult Social Care Review and Scrutiny Committee for their level of interest in this project and the sort of questioning and consideration, and actually also officers for really sort of bringing it to life at the Scrutiny Committee meeting for them. And I entirely accept the sort of recommendation from his committee, and I'm pleased they want to sort of really sort of focus their concentration and work on the future of this programme. And like he says, it is a 4-year programme. If members will indulge me for a minute, I will just as a final summary, just in the appendices, I just wanted to quickly talk through example 2, because for me that really brings to life exactly what this is about, and I'll just read it quickly through. Agnes is in her late 60s. Throughout her life had never lived independently, needing supported accommodation funded by Health and Social Care. Adopting the 3 conversations approach meant that Agnes was supported by a consistent social care worker, Simon, who could get to know her over a longer period and understand what was most important to her to lead a fulfilled life. This has helped Agnes to feel confident enough to embark on a radical option for her, a move to independent accommodation, which she had dreamt about for years but thought could never really be a reality for her. She's now living independently for the first time in her life. She's still adjusting to living alone and not with other people, which she finds difficult, but overall she has no regrets. She said, "I'm having the time of my life." She no longer needs the funded support she had previously, representing a saving of £15,500 a year. And in an independent follow-up call as part of the 3 conversations monitoring, she explained how her life has changed completely. She now feels like a full person, not just a diagnosis. She now has pets that bring her much joy, and she is very happy in her new flat. And for me, that just sums it up. You know, there's a financial saving to these transformed ways of working, but there's a real tangible impact on people's lives in our area. And yeah, I hope members will not only recognise the financial side of this, but the actual change in human lives.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. So we'll take a vote on this. This is partly to note the paper, but also a recommendation to full council. So it will be on the agenda next week for there. Can I see all those in favour and Cabinet of those recommendations? Thank you. That is unanimous. Thank you very much to colleagues from Adult Social Care for coming today. We will now return back to our items on finance. So the next item is the medium-term financial plan, and Councillor Cox is going to be presenting this item. However, it's going to be proposed and seconded in the room. So can I see if there is a councillor wishing to propose this one? Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. And someone to second? Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. Okay, over to you, Councillor Cox, to present the paper.
Thank you very much, Leader. I'm pleased to introduce this important paper, which sets out the latest position of the development of the 26-27 budget and medium-term financial plan. This report not only aims to ensure that our council presents a legally balanced budget, but also provides a high-level overview of our progress and the challenges ahead. The paper gives an update on the outcomes of the 11th of June spending review, highlighting the implications for local government funding and the evolving financial landscape we must navigate. It also details two recent government consultation documents, the Local Government Fair Funding Review and the proposals to modernising the administration of council tax. Both of these will influence our future funding and service delivery models. A key area addressed is the continuing and growing deficit of our dedicated schools grant, particularly as it pertains to the special educational needs and disability services. The report acknowledges the actions taken by yourself, Leader, and the Director of Finance in seeking government assurance to help us manage this critical challenge. I feel the initiatives that we have taken are the right ones, and we should carry on with them. In summary, this paper provides the Cabinet with the most up-to-date information on our budget planning processes, ongoing financial risks, and the steps being taken to secure a balanced and sustainable future for our council. I recommend we endorse its recommendations and continue our collective commitment to prudent financial stewardship on behalf of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. Are there any councillors in the room who wish to speak on this item? Councillor Salmon.
Thank you, Leader. So the Overview and Scrutiny Board actually considered the two financial papers, the 2024-25 outturn and this one, together in the meeting last night. But what I have to report relates primarily to the MTFP paper, which is why I waited to speak on this item. There was a good discussion and a particular focus on the situation in relation to the dedicated schools grant deficit and funding for children with special educational needs and disabilities. It was acknowledged that the finance team is working incredibly hard on this issue and that the challenge is extremely complex, with the most significant factors being largely outside the council's control. It was observed that actual spend within the high needs block consistently outstrips expectations, despite very best efforts being made. The board wishes to register its recognition of the seriousness of the situation, particularly in terms of the effects of the deficit on BCP Council's cash flow, which continues to present an urgent threat to overall budgets. The board also confirms strong support for the work being done to raise this issue urgently with government. As you'll see from the supplementary item in your agenda pack, there was a formal endorsement of the recommendation relating to the SEND deficit, recommendation C, and this was unanimous. Members also expressed some views in relation to the two government consultations that are currently underway. On fair funding, a concern was expressed around the possibility that the government will consolidate several different ring-fence grants into one simpler payment. It was felt that over time, this could lead to a real terms reduction in funding across the services that get consolidated due to diminishing transparency. On the council tax consultation, it was suggested that a move to change the default number of payments from 10 per year to 12 might cause problems for some lower income households who are used to the current system and the breathing space that the final 2 months of the payment year currently offers. And that's all I have for you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Salmon. Are there any other councillors who wish to speak on this item? No, we will go over to Cabinet. I'm not seeing any indications at all. I did just want, I will just speak to it myself, which was that reinforcement of the point made at overview and scrutiny last night. We're moving into a bit of a new era where it comes to how local government is funded. And there are some real benefits to that, I think, particularly in terms of the multi-year settlements that we've been waiting to see in local government for a long time, which will allow us to forward plan in a much better way rather than waiting, often weeks before we take our budget to council for that certainty of what we will actually get in the settlement. But on a more negative note, the Deputy Prime Minister has been really clear about the reallocation of funding to areas where there is high deprivation. And although we have areas within our conurbation of high deprivation, we end up sort of sitting in the middle because other areas have, more entrenched poverty across the whole area. I think that this presents a real worrying situation to us and our MTFP, particularly around the fact that we will see consolidation of a lot of grants. One side that's really good about that is that we're not sort of waiting for each individual grant scheme to be renewed or overseen, which we've seen with things like household support funds. But on the other hand, it means that if some of these streams end, then some of that really, really important support, the backbone of what's holding up a lot of families around things such as household support fund could be lost. And that's really worrying. So I'm glad that this paper kind of looks at some of those scenarios and what we can expect and is quite realistic in terms of our financial planning for the future. Any other Cabinet members wishing to speak on this item? Councillor Cox, anything else to add? You're on mute.
Apologies, I was on mute. No, not really, Leader. I just wanted to thank Councillor Salmon for her words. I recognise, by recognising the seriousness of the situation and the strong support we get from overview and scrutiny, I think that's really helpful to myself and certainly the finance team. But I would just echo what you were just saying. I think in terms of the very seriousness of which the current government policy is going, doesn't look good for BCP. Whilst the fact that we're moving to a 3-year plan that will help us just plan for further reductions in services, which hopefully we'll try and avoid, but we'll have to wait and see. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. So I will ask Cabinet to vote on this item. Can I see all those in favour of the recommendations? Thank you, that's unanimous. Okay, so we will move on to item 8, which is the Poole Civic Centre and the soft market testing. Councillor Cox is going to be presenting this item. I will be proposing it, and I just want to see if there is someone else to second.
Yes, I'm quite happy to second this one, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. Councillor Cox, over to you.
Thank you, Leader. And today, really, I want to present to you the background and the detail of the paper now before Cabinet. A document, really, which charts a clear and considered course for the proposed sale of a key asset. My remarks will in particular emphasise the robust market testing process undertaken, the rationale and the benefits behind not retaining the vertical slice, and the fundamental financial necessity of proceeding with this strategic sale. To begin with, let me set the scene. The asset in question has long played a significant role in Poole's history. Over the past several years, the landscape of which we operate has evolved dramatically. The transformation and centralisation of services from the merger of BCP, the changes in market demand, technology advancements, and a growing imperative for fiscal prudence have all converged to prompt a reconsideration of our asset base. This Cabinet has consistently endorsed the need for a strategic review of underperforming non-core assets, and the current paper is a direct outcome of that discipline. Our aim is always been twofold. Firstly, to ensure that the assets that we continue to hold.
Councillor Cox, you've gone on to mute.
Beg your pardon, I don't know how that happened. I'll try and start again from where I think you might have left off. This cabinet was consistently endorsed the need for a strategic review of underperforming non-core assets, and the current paper is a direct outcome of that discipline. Our aim has always been twofold. First, to ensure that the assets we hold continue to deliver value and align with our long-term objectives, and secondly, where appropriate, to realise value through carefully structured divestment. It is within this context that the current proposal has been developed, a proposal that is not only financially responsible, but carefully calibrated to balance ongoing operational requirements and the broader interests of the public and the Council's need for capital receipts. From the outset, we've recognised that a transaction of this scale and significance could not proceed without first taking the temperature of the market. Our approach has been methodical and thorough. Over several months, officers are engaged in a range of potential buyers and investors through a structured and confidential market engagement process. The objective was clear: to assess the appetite, validate the assumptions, gauge the potential value realisation, and to identify any issues which might arise in a formal sale process. Market testing provided us with valuable insights in several respects. Firstly, it allowed us to refine our understanding of the commercial drivers for interested parties, ensuring our sales strategy is both credible and attractive. Secondly, it highlighted areas where market expectations may diverge from ours, informing the risk profile and ensuring that our eventual approach remains grounded in reality and not fantasy. Thirdly, and crucially, it gave us the assurance that there is genuine and a competitive interest in this asset, underpinning the prospects of a positive financial outcome for the public purse. Throughout the market testing process, we maintained strict confidentiality, safeguarding sensitive information and ensuring that there is a level playing field for all participants. The engagement also allowed us to test the market reaction to various deal structures, including the very question of retaining a vertical slice. But let me turn now to the concept of the vertical slice. In simple terms, the vertical slice would represent a retention by BCP of a defined portion of the asset, retaining significant cost exposure. This approach was tested extensively during our market engagement. The feedback received was clear: full divestment would deliver immediate value for money. Any retention would create additional costs and additional risks, and there is no viable alternative which will enable BCP to retain a vertical slice. Colleagues, really, I wish to be really unequivocal. The financial importance of this sale cannot be overstated. Firstly, the current fiscal environment we are faced with rising pressures on public spending, alongside the imperative to deliver value for money to taxpayers. The proceeds from this sale would have a substantial and positive impact on our ability to fund priority initiatives, invest in critical infrastructure, and support essential public services. Secondly, holding non-core asset ties up capital, which would be more effectively deployed elsewhere. By realising value now, we maximise the return to the public purse and avoid the risk of future depreciation or obsolescence. This is carefully timed and managed transaction designed to optimise the outcomes both now and for years ahead. Thirdly, the sale will reduce ongoing liabilities associated with these assets, including maintenance, regulatory compliance, and the risk of unforeseen costs. In short, we are freeing up resources to focus on our core mission and statutory responsibilities. So to close, I would like to reiterate the following key points. The asset sale proposal before Cabinet is the result of a detailed and robust process grounded in evidence and market engagement. Market testing has provided us with the intelligence and confidence to move forward, having validated both the appetite and the terms which will maximise the value for the taxpayer. The financial imperative is to sell is clear, it's urgent, and it aligns with our broader strategic and fiscal risk objectives. And finally, I want to make one thing quite clear. Any insinuation, complaint, or accusation that this is somehow an officer-led decision has no foundation in reality. This process has been driven by myself on the back of the council vote some months ago. So I would urge council to consider the evidence and analysis presented and to endorse the paper as the next step in a process that will deliver real, tangible benefits for the council. We need to seize this opportunity to unlock value, support our fiscal strategy, and demonstrate once again our commitment to prudent, forward-looking stewardship of our public assets. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. I'm going to invite members who are not on Cabinet to speak, but I do just want to briefly mention the confidential and exempt papers that we have as part of this. And if any councillors do want to discuss any items that are within those confidential appendix, then we will need to go below the line. So please do think about what you want to say beforehand, and if we need to, then we will. So, councillors not on Cabinet wishing to speak? Councillor Howe.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say, in relation to that last point, have considered it. I do note that Councillor Cox did refer to information that was in general in the confidential appendix. I will refer also in general, but nothing that is commercially sensitive. In relation to the vertical slice, it's the Civic Chamber and heritage assets, including the mayoral parlour. These are important assets to the heritage of Poole. The prospectus gave bidders two options: to buy the entire Civic Centre or the entire Civic Centre minus the vertical slice element. And bidders actually expressed a willingness to purchase without the vertical slice. This is not reflected in the paper. I consider that to be misleading, councillors. I've always said that the vertical slice has no commercial value, in my opinion, and the confidential appendix suggests this may be true. This means the council is potentially disposing of an asset for zero value. Disposal of an asset for zero value can be justified in some situations, for example, where there are high maintenance costs, but we've been provided with no evidence of those costs. Councillor Cox did allude to those, but we really need to see those provided to us before this progresses, if it does. I hope it doesn't. Another important aspect is the administration is ignoring the instruction of council in the amendment that was passed in October 24, which asked the council, where it required an assessment of whether the vertical slice could be used for community activity. We need to see that proper assessment has been done, because you cannot assess the viability of a unit like that and the costs associated with running it without looking at the potential benefit you could get from using it as a council. The costs of running it, again, given that it seems it might be worth of no value, I understand the council has multiple grace and favour properties that it's still not looked at after goodness knows how long we've been as a council, 6 years, where we have people living in expensive properties at low rent and would realise much more money than the vertical slice would. These are very serious concerns. They relate to the council securing best value. And although Councillor Cox takes it on board that it is his paper, it's not exclusively his decision to put this paper forward. Officers, as we were informed by the monitoring officer last year when she presented to auditing government, have a legal duty to intervene and overrule at the administration where malpractice is occurring or where actions potentially be going to be taken that will be not in the interest of council. And that's not been done. I've made a complaint about senior officers about this, which has been rejected by the monitoring officer, even though the monitoring officer did not have authority to reject that under the Constitution because she was conflicted, because she was
Councillor Howell,
included in the
please can you
complaint.
keep your comments to the paper and not...
Yeah, so I'm just concluding now. To be clear, you know, I'm not making the case that the vertical slice should be used for by a town council or the charter trustees in this meeting. You know, that should be a decision for councillors to take at the appropriate time after the community governance process has been completed. There is no need to rush forward and dispose of the vertical slice element now because it is not going to release any more money. My concerns here relate to the lack of proper process, the fettering of discretion of members in limiting them from preventing them from making a proper decision in relation to Pool's heritage, you know, and the arrogance of the administration in ignoring the instruction of council, which I think is, you know, a breach of our constitution. You know, potentially, I've got one sentence to go. Potentially, a breach of a legal obligation to secure best value for the council, and serious concerns about the actions of senior officers in letting this paper come forward. There's been an open letter submitted to you by multiple councillors and groups asking for this paper to be withdrawn. I would very strongly advise you, it's in your best interests and the best interests of the officers that you're being advised by, that this paper is withdrawn. Thank you.
Councillor Howe, if you could stay there for a moment, please. You obviously mentioned about breach of the Constitution, and I just want to draw on one which I feel you've breached now, which is to really stamp on the integrity of our officers. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to apologise, and I hope you're going to take it.
So I am perfectly at liberty to point out that in relation to referrals to the Independent Investigatory Committee, difficult word for me to say, the process is that if an officer who is complained about, one of the three senior officers, then another one of the officers must carry out the investigation in relation to that officer. The monitoring officer carried out her own investigation as she says in an email she sent me this morning. And the proper process would be for this to be referred to the Independent Investigatory Committee. And that is my interpretation as a lawyer myself. Thank you.
Leader, I really do want to invite Councillor Howell to withdraw his personal comments about Ms Berry, the Director of Law and Governance and the Council's Monitoring Officer, and to apologise for the personal references. I think if Councillor Howell wishes to refer to complaints against senior officers generally, that is fine. I think the personal reference is absolutely outrageous and is an indictment of an attack on the officer that should not be supported and should be immediately withdrawn. I'd invite him to do so immediately.
So I've not made a personal reference. I've referred to the position of the monitoring officer, and I'm very happy to disclose my complaint, the monitoring officer's response to that complaint, and my response to that to the public, because this is a matter of public interest. There is many councillors in this council have very serious concerns about various matters that relate to the performance of our senior officers, and that is a statement of fact.
I would invite the councillor to withdraw his comments by identifying the individual and the post. He has done that. I would invite the councillor to withdraw that immediately.
I'm not going to withdraw a statement of fact.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howell.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to distance Cabinet from those comments that were made against Janie Berry, who is our monitoring officer. As Councillor Cox said in his opening, this is a Cabinet paper. This is something that's been brought forward by this administration and will be debated at Cabinet that will be debated at Council. And I just think the comments that you've made, Councillor Howe, against officers of this council are entirely inappropriate. I do not feel as an administration we can stand by those. I'm actually quite disgusted at what you've said today in relation to our officers, and I will personally be submitting a standards complaint against you for breach of our member officer protocol for the comments that you have made publicly in this meeting. I'd like to invite Councillor Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. And can I start by expressing my support for what you have just said, what the Chief Executive has said. I think these attacks on officers are wholly unacceptable, and I distance myself and my group from those, and I support entirely the comments that Councillor Cox made earlier about this inference that this was somehow all officers' fault. It's wholly inappropriate, and I can only offer my apologies for what that is, because it's just not acceptable. So I would, though, Chair, would like to bring us back to the point of this debate, which is about the vertical slice of the Poole Civic Centre. You will be aware, Leader, that I wrote to you on the 13th of July and to other Cabinet members also to ask you to withdraw the item, and the purpose of that was to try and offer further investigation and exploration of the option to sell the site minus the vertical slice. It did appear that at a point in time it seemed possible, and I just think there is a necessity for council to understand the process and for reassurance to be offered that has been seriously considered. Now, I have said that, Chair, in as openly as I can, but I want to do. I want to say though that I think the brochure that was published by the agents out to express the market, to express the kind of will of the market in relation to the site, could not have been any clearer, frankly. It was an open document where the market was invited to express whatever it felt possible to do with that site. So it's difficult for me to contemplate how else or how more open that process could have been. The unknown factor, as far as I personally am concerned, is that the retention of ownership of the vertical slice appeared to be a possibility at one stage, but not later in the process. And I think it's that aspect which I think still is the unanswered question, which I think Council needs some reassurance on. This is an important building, and obviously the financial imperative that Councillor Cox has referred to is striking. But I just think, given the sensitivities, I would just ask you as a council, as a cabinet rather, to reflect on what information you are able to share with council about the more detailed of that process, to offer council some reassurance that all the aspects that have been raised have been considered or can still be considered as part of the ongoing process. So I do want to ask you to do that, but to just repeat my view that I think officers have acted entirely appropriately, and I think any inference that they've not done so is completely unacceptable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Canavan. So I can see I've got two indications online. I'm going to bring in Councillor Aikenhead first, please.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to reassure you that I will not be criticising any officers. I do not think it's constructive to do that, and I don't believe it's officers that they're at fault here. So please be reassured by that. I also will not be talking about anything in the confidential appendix, apart perhaps to point out that there's quite a lack of information in that appendix, and that people who can't see it might be led to believe that there's lots of interesting details that help us to feel reassured, whereas actually it's quite a small amount of information that has been given. I'm not going to go too much into the identity and the importance of this building to the identity of Poole, though it is very important. I said all that at the council meeting when we passed the amendment that said that we would consider keeping the vertical slice. And as Patrick has said, I do think that in our brochure, we did start off, make a good start to do that. What has gone wrong is in between that brochure and this report, there seems to be a gap of information. And so I don't consider that we have properly considered the viability of keeping the vertical slice, because although Councillor Cox says there's significant costs, I don't see anything that tells me how much. There was lots of feedback. I don't see any of this feedback. The additional costs and risks, I don't see any of them listed. And there's lots of evidence apparently, but I don't see any of it written in the report, even in the confidential part of the report. And if I'm to go to the residents in my ward and say, yes, it's been fully looked into and we definitely can't afford to keep it, then I want to see numbers. I want to see real evidence that convinces me that that is the case. I don't just want to hear somebody tell me, oh, it's big numbers, oh, lots of feedback, lots of this, lots of that. I want to see that evidence, even if it's in exempt information. Coming on to the recommendation itself, I don't believe the recommendation itself has been properly thought out. The idea of selling first and then talking later about a possible lease. What we are doing there is committing the charter trustees or a future town council to make decisions that we haven't really thought about at all. It's almost like we've said, oh well, actually it's not our responsibility to think about what happens after we've sold it, so we don't need to really worry about it. But I think that we should first of all remember that the charter trustees, we should be consulting the charter trustees about decisions we make that affect them. And so I really do believe that the information about whether it's viable or not, and also whether the option that's being presented here is viable or not, should have been shared with the charter trustees and their views gathered on that before the decision is made. And also, I believe that we should be looking into the viability if we are presenting an option, and even in the open part of the report, we have possible numbers for rental, for leasing, for a full maintenance lease for 10 years. Have we done any investigation into what that means? And if our answer is no, I think we need to remember that even though the Charter Trustees is a different body from us, they represent the same taxpayers. And so giving the viability of the option, investigating the viability of the option before we just present the Charter Trustees with it without asking them would be a better way to be treating our taxpayers. So I'm not saying we should definitely keep the vertical slice. What I'm saying is, as was agreed at full council, I want it properly looked into, and I want to see the evidence. I don't want to be just told, oh, it's there somewhere, but you can't look at it. So really what I'm asking for here is that this matter comes back to Cabinet at a future date when the work requested by full council about viability has been done, and that we can see fully costed options that take into account the views of the Charter Trustees and allow councillors to make properly informed decisions on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aikenhead. Councillor Broadhead.
Yes, thank you very much, Leader. I just want to support many of the comments that the previous three speakers have mentioned about this particular paper. It seems pretty clear to almost every other councillor not in the administration that the very clear outcome that was agreed at full council back in October just simply hasn't been followed. And I would remind Cabinet that in that recommendation, item B says proceed to market testing on the basis of disposal of the whole site and disposal of the site minus the vertically sliced civic function. And as previous colleagues have pointed out, nowhere does that say leasing out that vertical slice instead. I would have thought that wording is pretty clear, that would be disposal of the site except that bit. By instead ignoring that and proceeding to a decision to lease the site for a short period of time, that is not complying with the what full council agreed, because you are still disposing all of the site. And I do think, as Councillor Aikenhead and others have said, that hasn't been explored in full. And clearly, we haven't seen the detail to enable us to make a reasoned decision based on the back of that. Now, in my head, I've been trying to understand why the council would not comply with what is, I think, a very clear decision by full council. And I think we got a bit of hint of that by Councillor Cox, who basically said, and I'm paraphrasing here, and I'm sure he might correct me in his summing up, that he could, in his words, he cannot understate the importance of the disposal of this in financial terms, and essentially that it was too important to split it off because of the financial impact that might have had. Well, what he's entitled to his opinion, Leader, but that is not his decision. The decision was taken by full council to explore that. And I actually think it smacks a little bit of we know best for the administration to decide that they didn't agree with that and then to proceed on an entirely different basis. So the option that we have presented in front of us today to Cabinet and then to full council for approval of a sale of essentially the entirety of that site, with the option for a 10-year lease only being offered to the chartered trustees afterwards, it is not at all what the spirit and the content of full council agreed to back in October. So as the previous speakers have said, I think we need to think long and hard about this. It seems a very hasty decision without the necessary detail. And as you've also heard from the last speakers, there is a bit of a question mark about why on earth this decision is being brought to Cabinet and Council only months before another decision is going to be taken, which could have really big implications on what happens to this building. It seems sensible that the decision should be delayed with the aforementioned extra information that Councillor Aikenhead has suggested. And, you know, just to go back to the point, I think it is telling that in my calculation, every single political party, except those that make the administration, the Lib Dems, Christchurch Independents and a few others, have either signed an open letter or sent their own open letter saying that they don't think the process has been followed on this. We've got time, we don't need to rush. This is very important for the heritage of Poole, and I think there's a clear, strong push, not just from councillors of all political parties, but from the public, that we should be doing this right. The one final point, Leader, that I would make on Councillor Howell's points about the independent disciplinary committee, he's entitled to his own views, but where I would agree with him is that we do have a duty to ensure that accusations are not covered up or dealt with, and they are dealt with so that they're not dealt with, and that they are dealt with formally and fairly. And my strong view is that the best way to do that is to convene the very committee that is designed to do that. So others may disagree with many of the points that Councillor Howell has raised, but I do firmly agree with him that we should convene this committee. I would urge you to do so again, because as you and I both know, there are some very serious accusations swirling around, and I think it's our job to make
Okay, that's enough, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Broadhead, that is enough. You know, these made up accusations that we're hearing about and this call to convene the IDC, I think that is absolutely distracting from the work that this council has to do. I've never heard, I've never been presented with any...
opinion, and that's why this
Councillor Broadhead, I have never been presented with any evidence that would ask for that to be convened. And I would refer you back to the Constitution, which says that this is a role for our monitoring officer to, in her professional capacity, consider those complaints. And as yet, there has not been a complaint or a concern that has been lodged which has any credibility that I've seen. So I think that this is a concerted effort by opposition to undermine this administration and actually undermine this council. And I think that it's actually quite telling that we have this coming from the former administration and what they put this council through in the 2 years that they were in control, I do not feel that our administration will be marred by that same brush, because we do not act in the same way as that administration did. And in fact, I think we run a very transparent operation, and our council is operating in a much better way than it was previously. It is down to a few councillors who feel that that is not the case and are trying to use the system to make a point. But I just want to confirm it's not going to be made. I'm not going to be taking any of those accusations forward, because I haven't seen any credible evidence to suggest that there are issues. Okay.
No.
Apologies for that interruption there. We had some commotion in the public gallery here. Right, let's get back to this meeting, this very important topic. We have heard from councillors who are not on Cabinet. I just want to see if anyone else would wish to speak on this item before I move over to Cabinet. I'm not seeing any indication. Cabinet, over to you. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like to distance myself from the comments by my colleague. I think they're entirely inappropriate. But this sale does raise passions high. It is symptomatic of the way a lot of people in Poole feel about how Poole has fared from the merger, especially the disparity between how the function of the mayoralty has been supported since then. 800 years of history in Poole, yet the mayor works out their car and the historic regalia is piled in a storeroom here in Bournemouth. The will of BCP Council was to create the vertical slice in Poole Civic Centre, and we have to thank Drew Miller and Councillor Broadhead for unilaterally ignoring that decision and stopping the works in favour of a plan for a fancy hotel on the site. Apparently they were working to the "we know best" mantra, which is ironic given what we just heard. Bournemouth has a mayor's parlour. It has civic regalia on display. It has the historic boards of the mayors, including the recent chartered trustee mayors, directly outside this room in the stairwell. And the use of the many meeting rooms here. Poole has none of those things. Christchurch rents rooms for their meetings, but it does have the front of the old town hall as the mayor's parlour, and with a town council, much greater control over their destiny. However, I am not convinced that the 1920s Poole Civic Centre has to be the location for continuing the history of Poole. It is one of many buildings used for civic duties down the many years that Poole has been in existence. It is good that the preferred bidder for the Civic gives us that option. I can see the concern about the lack of certainty and tenure beyond a 10-year rental period, and I'm also concerned about how long it may take before the rooms might become available for use once more, and at the potential costs and conditions of rental and a repairing lease. If, as Councillor Howell proposes, that the vertical slice has no value, it must be because of the significant repair costs. And as Councillor Caravan highlights, the brochure was open to options about the vertical slice. I'm very pleased that Scaplan's Court reopens on Saturday as part of the museum refurbishment. The main hall and other parts of that building do give potential meeting room options for Poole civic functions alongside the Guildhall. So I will support this sale to bring back life to the Poole Civic Centre site and to that part of town. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hadley. I'm going to go to Councillor Burton and then Councillor Martin.
Yes, thank you very much, Leader. And first off, just coming back to some of the things that were just said, my view, monitoring officer gives us advice, and sometimes we don't like the advice. Sometimes we end up stomping around and slamming our bedroom door. But when we actually calm down, we realise that advice is good advice and it's there for our benefit. So I'd just like to note that. Going back to a previous meeting, I actually like old buildings. Although this building goes back to the 1930s, doesn't it? So it isn't actually that old. The whole idea of the vertical size, of course, will be being owned by BCP, not the Charter Trust or a future town council. So, you know, although in my heart I think it would be great to continue to own this building, I can't see how that could be afforded. You know, if we do have a charter, just continue with the Charter Trust, you know, more than the whole of the precept will have to be paid just on the maintenance of that building. And talking to my residents now, I mean, my ward is a Poole ward. It's quite a long way from the centre of Poole, although I don't think that my residents would like their precept just to be spent on maintenance of a building that is very rarely used for anything. If we do end up with a town council, again, a lot of that cost will have to be spent on that building, and I cannot see whether that will be an advantage to the people of Poole. And I also know that a lot of people who signed the open letter are actually campaigning against that, which I find quite ironic. We talked about the idea of this coming back to the future date. It was we had it in council in October. I don't know. I think we talked about the cost, and I can't remember how much per day it is costing us to keep this building standing empty, slowly deteriorating, with the extra risk that it might have that something may go wrong there. There may be an accident there. There may be a fire. It might get damaged a lot quicker being left empty. So I do understand the idea of wanting to keep it, but I don't think that we can justify the cost of waiting and waiting and waiting again. I think we do need to move on now, and therefore I would be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. Just that's a couple of brief points. I'd like to thank Councillor Cox for his paper, and I feel he's made a very clear, powerful and compelling case. We've heard already about the significant financial challenges that are coming ahead for this council and other councils, particularly in the south, and we're going to be hearing a little bit later on about our SEND challenges. So there is a financial imperative, that's clear. There is a necessity of this for sale, so that's clear as well. Just a couple of other points. So I will be supporting this. A couple of other points. As Councillor Hadley mentioned, Christchurch, okay, it has its own little town hall, but it meets, I think Christchurch Town Council meets in either in the library, which is great, or it meets in Druitt Hall. The Parish Council in Highcliffe meets in a small community room. I don't see what the link is between community governance review and the sale of this building at all, actually. There are plenty of other buildings that any future town council could use in Poole. Why not use the library? I'd be supporting that. Turning to quickly something that Councillor Broadhead said, he said that you mentioned that 3 Christchurch independents had signed the letter. Well, they don't represent the 8 Christchurch independents, and Christchurch independent councillors do whatever they like in terms of voting the way they feel. There's no whip, so the point that you make there, Councillor Broadhead, is irrelevant. And as the leader just mentioned, I don't think anybody sitting around this table will take any lessons from Councillor Broadhead and former Councillor Mellor, given their track record, which we don't have time to talk about and don't want to talk about. I finally want to talk, just mention. I hesitate to talk about Councillor Howe, but I personally am sick and tired of his personal attacks on officers at every opportunity, at every meeting. And I particularly find offensive his words, which appeared to me to be threatening to officers and actually also to members of the administration, veiled threats or not so veiled threats. His behaviour is a disgrace. And let me just finally say, I understand that Councillor Howell is a lawyer. I don't know what kind of lawyer he is, but if he wants any advice from somebody who knows about defamation and making accusations which are unfounded, I'm very happy to help him with the contents of the Defamation Act 1996 and 2013, because I suggest he brushes up on that a little bit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Any other Cabinet members wishing to speak on this item? Oh, Councillor Moore.
Yes, thank you, Leader. Yeah, I also want to distance myself from previous comments, but as a former Poole councillor, I can understand all the interest and the concerns around the Civic Centre, especially the Grade 2 listed frontage, our vertical slice. But the fact is, this did go out for extensive market testing as requested, and the results are clear and transparent and available in the attached appendix. We've now received all the viable expressions of interest, and I think the market has clearly spoken. And I think this is the best offer we're going to get now. And we need to remember the financial necessity of proceeding with this sale, especially given the delays previously called through the hotel proposal. And I'm going to have to support this recommendation. But I also think we need to look at Scaplan's Court for future meetings for the Charter Trustees. Because it's the most beautiful building, and I think we can actually make really good use of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. I'm going to go to Councillor Hannah and then Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Leader. Can I say that I will be supporting recommendations in this report. I would like to thank officers for all the detailed work that they've undertaken in preparing it. I'm particularly swayed by the comments from Councillor Hadley, who knows the history of the situation much better than I do. So I'm not going to myself go into any detail in terms of the overall rationale. But I do want to comment, as portfolio holder for law and governance, that I deplore totally the comments that have been made in relation to officers. I have got every respect for and confidence in our monitoring officer. I also deplore the behaviour of an elected councillor in interrupting the meeting from the public gallery. And I note, Leader, your intention to refer this behaviour to the Standards Committee, and I endorse that action. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, and I'd endorse what Councillor Hannah's just said, and I just to start off with, in my experience of 18 years as a councillor in Poole and BCP, I've always had a really good, positive working relationship with officers and the officers in this room, and I'd like to thank them for what they do and recognise their professional expertise in supporting us in making the difficult decisions we have to make. And I've never seen anything to bring that into question. So yeah, they certainly have my full support. The request to withdraw this paper and partly to await later decisions on community government review, to me is a complete red herring. The Poole Civic Centre building let's be clear, is not a cheap building to maintain. The vertical slice I've felt for a long time, and there's been lots of sort of analysis and figures looking at what it would cost to the capital cost of segregating that vertical slice. And I've been involved in sort of building conversions and separating parts of buildings, and just the capital costs. Let's be clear, that vertical slice would need to have its own separate gas supply installed. It'd need to have its own separate electricity supply installed. That would be segregated from the rest of the building. Its insulation, its fire protection in terms of, right into loft spaces, installing new fire protections into loft spaces to segregate it. Fire evacuation, you're basically talking about building a building within a building. As far as I'm aware, that vertical slice doesn't have its own fire escape, fire evacuation stuff. So you're going to have to build new fire escapes onto a listed sort of heritage asset. You're talking multi-millions to really actually establish a vertical slice that could then be used. Not to mention the ongoing maintenance costs of the heritage asset. I just think any talk about a town council or charter trustees is just pie in the sky. It's never going to be affordable for a small organisation like that. It's just a complete red herring as far as I'm concerned. And I just don't see from a building perspective, the viability of that vertical slice. And I'm pleased it's been, put out in the market and talked about, but obviously bidders don't sort of agree and don't really see the sort of viability of keeping that separate. And I'm quite satisfied from what I read in the Poole local plan that the protection of those heritage assets is quite clearly included within the active local plan for Poole. That those heritage assets can't be sort of disposed of or got rid of. They are there, they are protected heritage asset, and it is listed within the Poole local plan quite explicitly. Just in terms of some of the representations, Councillor Broadhead's representation, he may have had some validity in his arguments, but to be honest, his final comments about the baseless allegations just totally, for me, undermined anything he had to say, really. And I think a lot of other colleagues just wouldn't accept his advice on property transactions after the approach of his last administration, which was basically an approach that we see a shiny vanity project, we know best, let's go and do that, and then eventually council taxpayers have to foot the bill of that incredibly poor decision making on property transactions to the extent of millions and millions of pounds over many transactions I can think of over the years. So it's often difficult to have these honest, open and transparent approach that with this current administration, it often leads to very vociferous and robust debate and differing views. I'd far rather have that approach and these open public debates than the preceding approach of, we know best, let's just go and do this deal and let's lose millions of pounds for the council taxpayer.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I'm not seeing any other indications on this item. Councillor Cox, we'll go back to you to sum up and then we'll go to a vote.
Thank you very much, Leader, and thanks everybody for a very robust debate. Councillor Hill was right on one thing, and that is that it is a heritage asset, and as such, it will be protected by planning legislation. So this isn't an asset that's suddenly going to get knocked down. It's not possible. So it will be protected. I think it was Councillor Broadhead made the point that it didn't follow the full council's decisions. Well, it did. It's followed the council's vote entirely correctly. We did put it out to tender. As Councillor Canavan has stated, we could not have been more open and transparent in the document that went out. It's actually the market itself that came back and gave us the lease option in order to protect or to hand out the vertical slice to another body, whether it's the Chartered Trustees or whether it's the future possible town council. Actually, it's the market that's doing this. It's not us. The one thing that I would, I think it was Councillor Canavan that stated that he wasn't against this. It was just the council needs more reassurance. Well, I'm happy to provide more reassurance if possible, and as such, there are costings for the standalone slice, because that was done when we looked at the coroner's proposals. And so I'm happy to update those and share those and just show how much, as Councillor Brown has already said, how much this is actually going to cost whoever decides to take it on if they want to. So it's just not feasible to move the vertical slice or keep the vertical slice into public ownership in this way. So thank you very much for the debate, and I would recommend the proposals as we've set out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Right, we will move to a vote on this item. Can I see all those in favour of the recommendations to Council? Thank you, that's unanimous. Okay, so moving on to the next item, which is agenda item 9, and this is Rocheshott Nursery land disposal. So again, this is going to be presented by Councillor Cox. Is there someone who is willing to propose this item? Thank you, Councillor Martin. And someone to second? Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Cox, over to you.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, I'd like to present for your consideration the proposal to dispose of the freehold of the former nursery site at Lyndhurst Road for the sum of £850,000. This recommendation arises from a careful and thorough review of the site's current and prospective value to the council and to the community. The Lyndhurst Road site, covering 3 acres, is largely vacant and no longer serves any strategic or operational purposes for the council. Acquired by compulsory purchasing back in 1941 and mostly recently used under short-term licences, the site has remained underutilised for very many years. Comprehensive options appraisal and the consultation have established that there is no viable council services use for this land, nor is it currently needed for allotments or social housing. The proposed disposal aligns with the Council's adopted principles of asset management, ensuring that the public resources are managed efficiently and that surplus, underused and vacant assets are released where there is no strong strategic rationale for their retention. The offered sum exceeds the independent RICS Red Book valuation and thereby meets the statutory duty of under the Local Government Act of 1972 to secure best consideration. This prudent course of action will provide a capital receipt to support wider council priorities, reduce holding costs to the public purse and reflect the best practice in public sector asset disposal. I would therefore recommend to the Cabinet and Council eventually to approve the unconditional sale of the Lyndhurst Road site as set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Can I invite members who are not on Cabinet who might want to speak on this item? I can't see any indications. Anyone on Cabinet wishing to speak? Councillor Martin.
I will be really brief. So obviously very happy to support this. I just wanted to advise that the owner of the allotments next door, the Highcliffe and Walkford, sorry, the Independent Republic of Highcliffe and Walkford Parish Council, obviously if we were in a position to buy it, we probably would, but we're not. So obviously with that's not an issue. Obviously the Parish Council will keep its interest in closely monitor its interest in what is done on that piece of land. Two things to finally, could I just put a plea into the Cabinet Member for Finance that potentially some of that money that comes in is spent in Christchurch and not just Highcliffe, but I know you can't guarantee that, but I thought I'd put that in. And just if I can inject a little note of levity after what we've been through. I know Mr. Richards mentions in his report the Critchell Down rules, and I knew my British Constitution O-level would come in handy 50 years after I did it. So for those of you who are interested, the Critchell Down affair was one of the biggest political scandals of the 1950s, not that I was there and remember it, which actually was about the sale of a piece of land or the non-sale of a piece of land near Wimborne. And which resulted in the political resignation of the minister involved. So we don't want to be messing about with the Critchell Down rules, do we, Councillor Cox? Absolutely not. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. And I've also read the Wikipedia page since then.
Leader, can I just say that I remembered all that from my 50 years ago at my O level. Honestly, I did.
Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, Councillor Martin's just answered one of my questions, which was about the allotments, because it was in the paper. It said that was to be confirmed, and he's just confirmed it. So I have looked at the detail of this, and from what I can glean, it does seem to be a fair price. Clearly, the land is a more use return to the Merrick estate, and I guess will form part of the Roshot development. I did just have a little query about the storage at Chewton Bunny, the far end of the universe, even beyond the Republic of Highcliffe. And the need for new fencing there. And given our attempt to try and sort of draw back from sites that we don't really need, I was just wondering whether we're setting up a new site, whether it's an existing site, just needs its fencing repaired. And also, are we sure that we need to keep whatever stuff that we have stored on the Roshot Plant Nursery site, rather than perhaps take a hard look at what we're hanging on to? It's a side issue to the sale, but it's just about what we do and what we spend ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Any other councillors wishing to speak on this? No, Councillor Cox, would you like to add anything at all?
No, thank you, Leader. I think it's fairly straightforward.
Thank you. Let's take this item to a vote. So all those in favour of the recommendations? Thank you. That's unanimous. So apologies to everyone. I'm going to play around with the agenda a little bit more and move up an item, which is the BCP Homes Tenant Satisfaction Measures and Housing Regulatory Compliance Update. This is item 11 on the agenda. And the reason for that is that we have a portfolio holder who may have to disappear, and keen to cover this one whilst he's here. This item is going to be presented by Councillor Wilson. Can I see if we've got someone to second it, please? Thank you very much, Councillor Moore. Councillor Wilson, over to you.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you for accommodating me. I have to chair the Community Safety Partnership after this meeting, so just want to make sure we get this covered. So yes, BCP Homes have just had a thorough review from an independent body called Housing Quality Network, HQN for short, to check how well we're meeting national standards for social housing. The good news is we're getting a lot right, but the review did highlight some important things that we still need to work on. And we really want to be quite open about that, and I think this report does that. To fix these, we've created a new delivery plan for 25-26, which you'll see in the appendices, making sure we're ready for the new laws and regulations coming in. So what needs improving? There's a few areas. Governance is one of them. We're doing it okay, but with the new regulations coming in, we want to make sure that Cabinet and wider Council have better oversight and that they're more involved in the decision-making process. And that whilst we certainly listen to tenants' voices, we need to evidence that we're doing that and making sure that it's meaningful. In terms of big picture planning, there's a push for longer term visions, and that's why in October we'll be bringing forward our 30-year HRA business plan, and we're also speeding up updates to our policies and action plans. Assets and engagement, we want a fully funded plan for all of our properties, and we want to improve once again how we involve residents in that process, and also gather more information, more useful information about their needs, what they want. And finally, in terms of improvements, complaints and feedback. So we've made really great strides over the last couple of years, and we've seen improvement, but we want to make complaints handling even better, following national guideline updates and showing how clearly that work is helping tenants. So in terms of our actual satisfaction measures, we're doing really well. We've started doing quick quarterly surveys now instead of once a year to track how satisfied people are. And there are 22 different areas we measure, including repairs, safety, and general satisfaction. In terms of satisfaction, BCP Homes, as a landlord, was 77.7%. Tenants were satisfied last year. That's risen to 81.2%. So we're seeing progress, which is really positive. Our repairs and safety work are amongst the best nationally, and we've made notable improvements in complaint handling and antisocial behaviour. We've also gone out of our way to provide extra questions, such as whether homes are warm enough and how people prefer to get their information, because we don't want anyone of our residents to be, digitally excluded. So yeah, I mean, essentially, this is a really positive paper. I think, the compliance that is coming in and the things that we need to do is really, really important. What it means for residents is they'll hopefully be healthier, safer, and be in more energy efficient homes. It's more chance for residents to have their voices heard and to shape our services. And it's a commitment to treating everyone fairly. So really happy to bring forward this paper and happy to invite questions from anybody.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. I'd like to invite members who are not on Cabinet to come and speak if anyone wishes to. I'm not seeing any indication. Over to Cabinet. Councillor Moore.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. Well, I'd just like to say that as a Camford Heath Ward councillor, I've got a fair number of properties managed by BCP Homes, and I've always found the housing officers very helpful and supportive and quick to take action when I report residents' concerns. So I'm not actually surprised that BCP Homes are within or near to the top quartile for performance. And I can see from the report that ambitious and challenging improvements are in progress as required by the housing sector, and it'll be helpful to see the next update. I think post Grenfell the required standards are now much higher, which is good because I don't think anything is more important for our health and well-being than a decent home. So yeah, I'm happy to second this paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moore. Any other, Councillor Brown?
Just very briefly, I really welcome this paper and Councillor Wilson's sort of explanation and of it, and note the sort of constantly changing legislation and regulations that we have to comply with within the housing sector. But I suppose Councillor Moore sort of prompted me to speak, but as the portfolio holder for health and wellbeing, one of the key determinants in people's sort of quality of life and their health and well-being is having a decent home to call your own, that not just the quality of the housing, but the fact that it provides for your family's needs. So I'm really happy to sort of support the ongoing work that we're doing here to constantly improve the standards of the housing that we provide, because I know that ultimately that will have a real strong determinant on the health and well-being of the residents. And I've seen it myself in people living in some of the BCP homes that we have in my ward. I've seen what a difference it can make to their lives and their children's lives, and the links they have with their community by having a stable home for their family. So I think it's really important on all sorts of aspects. So yeah, I very much support the paper.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. Okay, I can't see anyone else indicating to speak on this item. So I think we will go back to Councillor Wilson to sum up, and then we'll go to a vote.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you, Councillor Moore and Councillor Brown, for your contributions. I absolutely agree with yourself, Councillor Brown, around decent homes, and it's one area where we're doing exceptionally well. 0.1% of our homes are non-compliant with the decent home standards. The national quartile is like 3.4%, so we're absolutely doing exceptional work in that area, and it's really important that we maintain that. Councillor Moore, your mention of Grenfell, I suppose if anyone's seen the documentary on Netflix, if not, I highly recommend it, but bring tissues. It's genuinely so emotional, and that's why things like this and regulation is so important. And I want to, in a cabinet meeting next year, I want to be spending half an hour on this item with people asking me questions, and I've spoken to the chair of the environment and place overview and scrutiny. I want him to be bringing more things through to that board, because it's really important that we as councillors have oversight on this. We manage 10,000 homes. That's a huge number of residents, all with aspirations and all building their lives, and our homes are that foundation, and so it's really, really key. So I'm happy to bring this forward, and thank you for your contributions, but I would like more contributions at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Right, we will take a vote on the recommendations that are in this paper. Can I see all those in favour of the recommendations? Thank you. That is unanimous. Okay, so I'm going to propose that we take a break now, and then when we come back, we may switch around the agenda a little bit more, because I'm very aware that we have lots of councillors and community members in the room who want to talk specifically about the neighbourhood plan. For Eastcliff and Springbourne, that is quite far down the agenda. So I think I'm going to bring that one up, and then we'll move on to the rest of the agenda after that. So we will come back in 10 minutes' time at 12:10. Thank you. Welcome everyone back to this meeting of Cabinet. I am afraid I am going to just bring another item up the agenda, and that is the item number, number 14, which is the designation of the neighbourhood forum area. And the reason I'm doing that is because we've got a lot of councillors and members of the community in the room who want to speak specifically on this item. So I felt we could do it sooner and then move on with the agenda. So agenda item 14, I am the presenter and the proposer of this paper. Can I see if there's someone to second, please? Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. So I'm just going to present the report, then we will go to any speakers on this item, including councillors as well. Then we will open up the debate for Cabinet and go from there. So just to start with, neighbourhood forums are organisations that are empowered to lead the preparation of a neighbourhood plan within a defined area, and have been done successfully across other areas of the Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole conurbation. The process involves the local community in developing a shared vision to help shape the future development and growth of their locality. BCP Council received 2 applications for the designation of a neighbourhood forum and area, one for Eastcliff only and the other for Eastcliff and Springbourne Ward. Each was subject to statutory public consultation, and that ran from February to April, and it invited public representations. And while a prospective forum can propose the area it wishes to plan for, the local planning authority, which is BCP Council, must formally designate both the forum and the neighbourhood plan area, taking into account various factors, including the feedback from those consultations. Cabinet is asked to consider each proposal for the neighbourhood forum and the designation, together with the consultation responses, and make a determination on one of the following options. Number 1 is designate Eastcliff and neighbourhood forum and area. Number 2 is designate Eastcliff and Springbourne neighbourhood forum and area. Or 3, to make no designation. Before we move to debate on this, I'm going to invite representations. And I can see we have in the room Andrew Emery, who does not wish to speak on this item. But I do also have Mark Elkins. Do you wish to speak on this item? Do you wish to? Yeah? You're very welcome to. I just wanted to invite members of the public, and then we will go to councillors. But once that opportunity has gone, it will be gone. So, Mark Elkins, do you want to come up now and have a say?
Hello, yes. I hadn't envisaged actually speaking, but I've got a statement here that I've made a while ago. So basically, the Eastcliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Forum application, in stark contrast to the Eastcliff Neighbourhood Forum application, is the only one that does not seek to split up Eastcliff by including all the buildings and all the green space within Eastcliff. It also includes all the beaches and cliffs, whereas the Eastcliff Neighbourhood Forum application fails to include these at all. In addition, the Eastcliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Forum application includes the whole of Springbourne, thus aiming to have a considerably greater impact on preserving heritage, designing out crime, local employment opportunities, levelling up, enhancing tourism, business opportunities, retail trade, and avoidance of housing development cramming. I should also add that this is almost like the 3rd time round. So basically the process started some years ago, and it took nearly a year for the first iteration of the Eastcliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Forum application to become a consultation. This was apparently because it was held up by the local plan. So at that point, within that year, we had no indication of or no request for another another neighbourhood plan forum. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elkins. So, councillors wishing to speak on this item. I saw Councillor Armstrong's hand first. So, if you can come up, and then we'll come to Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Leader. I've prepared a few words to say. I think, firstly, I want to really extend my thanks to my fellow councillors and to the officers who've put in such a significant amount of work into achieving this agenda item. And I want to offer my heartfelt thanks to every resident who took part in this journey, who believed in the process, who hoped for something better, and who made their voices heard. And I really want to acknowledge that we're all in the room sitting together, both with Andrew Emery and Greg and with Mark. And I think that's a really good sign that we are building bridges and doing what we can, everything we can to work together. I've been active in my community for many years, and now it's the ward that I choose, I've been chosen to represent. And the vision that the residents have to create an East Cliff and Springbourne neighbourhood designated area and forum is here, and it's on this of which the executive, that you need to make a decision about. I was saddened by the initiation and the prevailing reasons why the East Cliff Neighbourhood Forum and Plan was developed, and I have previously made my views known, but I want to really emphasise here today that I'm really committed to building on the hope and the trust and having unity, because I believe that our residents really deserve that, and that we shouldn't be working around division and doubt and trying to unravel any of that progress. So today you've had time, I hope, to read a very detailed report, and I think the representations have a very strong voice. There were nearly 200 responses to the consultations, and many, I think, because they felt able to reach out to their councillors, and that matters because it tells me that people want to engage, and I hope that we're entering an exciting new era in East Cliff and Springbourne, one where people feel empowered and excited about shaping their neighbourhood. And I want my community to know that I will fight passionately for that alongside them. I choose unity, and I choose to stand with all the people that have given their time, their energy and their belief to this process. And the proposal to put forward an East Cliff and Springbourne neighbourhood designated area and forum is not about drawing lines or picking sides. It's been very much about recognising that whilst there are distinct communities within that area that have their own identities and needs, that we are essentially one community. We have shared challenges, shared hopes, and the real possibility of a shared and sustainable future across the whole area if we work together. We know that there's many issues to be faced, and many of those crop up within the report, and they are common issues that are shared, and they are not confined to one street or one boundary or one postcode. I think those issues, because of their complexity, they really demand a united response and the opportunity to create a shared vision for the whole area that's asset-based and inclusive. The East Cliff and Springbourne neighbourhood area and forum proposal builds on grassroots engagement. It's got the potential to bring people together and to create and share common goals in a structured way, providing everybody the opportunity to thrive. So to conclude, I just want to say this is much, much more than a planning decision. It's a statement of trust, it's about empowerment, and it's about belief in our residents. And to those who may feel disappointed or uncertain, I want to reassure all the members of our community that were represented and had their say in this consultation that I will do everything that I can do to continue to build bridges across our communities and to bring people with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much, Leader. I echo pretty much everything that Sarah has said, but I'm not going to apologise for repeating some of it because I think it is ever so important. It really is about giving our whole community a voice, making sure that people who walk on the streets, use and volunteer, especially in the parks, and care about it, have a say in its development. We share challenges, we share opportunities, and the opportunities that come with this potential plan actually is very much about protection and improvement of the built and natural environments, increased prosperity for everybody. And as Sarah also alluded to, we share challenges. And that's why this is so important. It brings together the communities with a single joined-up plan. It's inclusive, it's representative, and it reflects how people live. Crucially, I wanted to just put in that it actually includes the seafront, which is so important for tourism, our identity, and our daily lives, really. And that actually national planning guidance and environmental legislation support including the seafront. And most importantly, our residents support it. The forum will be led by people who live here. We've already got our mandated 21 people. We've had this for quite a long time, as Mark has alluded to. And it's really people who are already active in the community and people who are trusted by their neighbours. Other ward councillors, as well as the local MP, support this proposal. We recognise it is a chance for real and positive change. Most importantly, it gives people a voice in how housing is developed, how public spaces are used, and how our environment is protected. As I was kind of wondering what I should say today, I thought, well, what exactly is going to make you decide which plan to go with? And my understanding is that there's a few key points that you have to go with is which proposal has the strongest community backing, which is most inclusive and representative, which one draws logical boundaries, and which is led by people who have the trust of the community. And I think that the more inclusive East Clifford Springbourne plan has all of these things. So I appreciate it definitely meets the legal criteria, but also the will of the people, which I think is the most important thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moriarty. Any other councillors outside of Cabinet wishing to speak on this item? Nope, I'm not seeing any other indications. So I will open this up to Cabinet. I was just going to start myself as portfolio holder for this area, and also having seen this designation through from that role as portfolio holder for planning, and having worked on various elements as well, to get to this point where we are now in a position to make a decision as a Cabinet. We are being asked to make that decision, and that will shape the future of neighbourhood planning in one of our most diverse and challenged wards in East Cliff and Springbourne, which I think is quite a unique area in itself, bringing together various different populations of different, economic activity, but also very different places, in like the seafront, but also including some really valuable parks and green spaces as well in that place, as well as quite a fundamental part of the town centre, actually. Neighbourhood planning is really about that empowerment of our communities, and it's about giving residents a real voice in shaping where they live and where they work and where they choose to raise their families. And it's about ensuring that voice is inclusive and representative, and rooted in the needs of that whole community. With these proposals, one for East Cliff alone and one for East Cliff and Springbourne together, I think that both of these have merit, and having looked at the consultation results and the information, and also reflecting on the area itself, I believe the case that designating the East Cliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Forum and area is stronger, it's more inclusive, and it's more aligned to our values as a council. I'm going to let other Cabinet members speak on this because I think there are there's lots to talk about really about the designation, and I don't want to cover it all in what I say. So I'm going to look to Cabinet, and then at the end we will hopefully sort of come to a bit of a decision. I'll start with Councillor Hadley and then Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, I'm actively involved in Paul Key's Forum, a neighbourhood forum, and it's a real force for good in the area. And I think we draw lines on maps for all sorts of reasons, and sometimes those can be a real barrier and problem. But I'm here, the ward councillors, but also the comments that are in the report from members of the public, which mostly are very much in support of the wider area, the Eastbourne and Springbourne together. There are a few that highlight the difference, and it struck me that for the hotels, a lot of their staff are probably living locally and quite probably living in Springbourne. And that is something that they have in common, and do tend to be people with limited income. So I suspect, that they probably transcend more than they anticipate in terms of the two parts of the area. I do think it's important that people are looking after the space and having a voice in the space around them and the environment that they live in. And I take heart, I guess, from Councillor Armstrong's comment, really, that she's been trying to work with all parts of the community, because they are very different, the two halves of the ward. But I think supporting the wider brief, the Eastbourne and Springbourne together, would be my preference. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Leader. Just briefly, I've obviously read the cases put forward, both cases. Just got a couple of concerns, or a couple of points really. I think equality considerations are quite important here. So I think potentially designating only the Eastcliff could be seen as excluding more challenged areas of that particular part of our town. Raising concerns, I think, about fairness and compliance with the council's public duty on equality. That's my first point. The second point is, I think the Eastcliff Forum is heavily represented, as been mentioned, by hotel owners and business owners, and that raises concerns about whether that is a truly a truly community-led initiative, and the area that's proposed under that case is small and excludes some really important parts of the area from neighbourhood planning. So I feel, having listened to the representations, having read the report and the cases, I would support the Eastcliff and Springbourne proposal together. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. Yeah, it's good to see this level of interest in forming neighbourhood forums, because I think they have a lot of real advantages for us as a council and for the local communities. I've read through the report and through the consultation responses, and it's a difficult one in a lot of ways. But I do note that there's slightly more public support for the wider Eastcliff and Springbourne neighbourhood forum. I know the area really well as well. Actually, when I first moved down here as a young student, that's where a lot of the Bournemouth University student accommodation was, in the Springbourne area, and I spent a couple of years living there. So I know that area very well. But for me, partly with my hat on as the portfolio holder for health and wellbeing, when I look through the reports, I think the option 2, the wider Eastcliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Forum, has the advantage about the inclusivity, and it notes about the significant levels of health deprivation and disability within that sort of wider area and within Springbourne. And I think if we didn't go for the wider area, we would really miss a trick in terms of having an extra lever to address sort of health inequalities and improve the health and well-being of people within that area. And the whole sort of national government push is, as you've probably seen with the recently announced 10-year health plan about neighbourhood health services. And I think for me, the wider, designating the wider area has that extra inclusivity and gives the local community and the council just that extra ability to really sort of work together to strengthen the community. And a lot of people's health isn't necessarily about the provision of health services, it's about their social networks and about the strength of the local community that they live in, and the access to groups and the access to sort of social contact and support and care within their own community. So for me, that has a real strong influence on which I think is preferable. So yeah, I tend to side with the Eastcliff and Springbourne wider option.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Can I see if any other members of Cabinet? Councillor Herrett.
Sorry. Yes. So I've obviously had a good look through, and I think I've got to support the wider area forum, including Springbourne, and principally amongst all the other things that have been said, because it includes the seafront. I hear regularly from their councillors about how passionately they feel about that seafront and the area around that, and the fact that it includes that space and is really embraced by the community is like the top bit for me.
Thank you, Councillor Herritt. Right, so I can't see any other councillors indicating, so I just want to refer back to the paper and what we are being recommended. So it is for us to make that decision. So we need to endorse either option 1, East Cliff Neighbourhood Forum and Area, option 2, designate East Cliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Area, or to make no designation. And what I'm hearing from Cabinet is that really based on those elements around that community-led side of the proposal for East Cliff and Springbourne, the backing of the 3 ward councillors, that it takes in broad sectors of residents rather than just in a specific area of that community, and that it also reflects some of those challenges that we have that can be addressed via neighbourhood planning. I was also just thinking about the inclusivity and bringing together people from communities, but also the place. And I think Councillor Moriarty's point about having that shared ownership for the seafront as well is a really important one. And that will be something quite new for us. We do have another designation that covers part of the seafront over in Sandbanks area, but I think this will be a really interesting way for the community to be really empowered about that really important part of the seafront and make sure that it is it's the best it can be really for residents who live in that area as well. Third, I just want to mention the consultation feedback. It's quite clear that there is 83% of respondents supporting East Cliff and Springbourne proposal, which is above the other one. And I think from my point of view, that acts as an indication that this is the preferred option for the community. But lastly, I from my perspective as planning portfolio holder, I've been really reflecting on the strategic nature of this neighbourhood forum and that it covers that larger area and has the potential for the positive impact. It includes those really key sites, the green spaces, the local facilities, and it offers a coherent platform for bringing in investment to contribute towards placemaking, community empowerment and social cohesion. And so for me, that became a really overriding element of this proposal. And I think that that is reflected throughout the report, particularly in terms of the consultation feedback. And that's that recognition that this isn't just about maps and boundaries or business interests. It's actually about the people who live in those communities and making sure that they have the best opportunity to contribute to a fair and inclusive neighbourhood where they are empowered to make their own decisions. So I would like to propose that we do designate that East Cliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Forum is designated as an area. Can I ask Cabinet members to indicate if they are in agreement with that? Oh, apologies, Councillor Hadley.
Happy to second.
Thank you for seconding that. So I will ask Cabinet if they are in agreement that we designate East Cliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Forum an area. Can I see all those in favour of that decision? Thank you. That is a unanimous decision. Okay, so we will move on in our... Oh, I will just end by saying thank you very much to everyone for coming in for that one. Don't feel you have to stay for the rest of the agenda, but it's really brilliant to have more councillors representing members of the community coming in as well. So thank you very much for contributing. Okay, we will move on now to agenda item 10, which is the enhancement to pay and reward offer. Councillor Hannah is going to be presenting and proposing this item. Can I see if we have a member to second that one? Thank you, Councillor Brown. I also just want to notify for the record that Councillor Herritt is leaving the room as he has a pecuniary interest on this item that has been declared. Okay, Councillor Hannah, over to you to present the report.
Thank you, Leader. At the Overview and Scrutiny Board yesterday evening, I took the board through the journey we have been on since BCP was formed in 2019, 6 years ago, when 3 councils and a part of a 4th merged, and our employees had 4 different sets of job descriptions and pay structures, with the need to create a new single set of these. I'm grateful to the board for their consideration of the report and for confirming their support of the recommendations. I'm not going to repeat everything here that I said last night, but there are some key points that I ought to make. Firstly, we need pay and reward to be resolved because we value our staff and want a fair pay structure for all, because we want to ensure that BCP is competitive in the employment market and avoid the reliance on more costly agency staff in some of our critical roles, and because we need to minimise the risk of equal pay claims and the financial consequences of these. The second point is to thank the Director and her team and our union representatives for all the work that has gone into our reaching the point where, as the report sets out, after 3 unsuccessful ballots on previous offers, we now have an offer which has received majority support from both our unions. And we were able to proceed from there, subject to final approval of the recommendations by Cabinet now and at full council. Thirdly, I want to remind Cabinet of the Chief Executive's letter to all councillors sent by email on the 7th of May, prior to the commencement of the respective ballots, which set out very clearly the rationale behind the enhanced offer in this report and the financial commitment required to fund it. The letter explicitly stated, and I quote, "It is important for elected members to note that this proposal would require an additional 1.9 million investment in our proposed pay structure, taking the Council's total commitment for pay and reward to £4.6 million a year." That figure of 1.9 million has since been revised downwards to 1.752 million, but all councillors were fully aware at that time of the financial commitment that the enhanced offer would entail. At that point in time, no expressions of concern were received, which I hope means that no one had any reservations about the implications of the offer being put to ballot by the unions. We now have even greater clarity. We have identified savings that mitigate this further cost as set out in Appendix 1. And I'm grateful to officers for the work involved in identifying these. As a fourth thing that I need to say, I want to underscore the implications of our not approving the recommendations. If we did not approve the recommendations, this would leave us open to equal pay claims at an unknown cost to the Council. It would also mean that to introduce a fair pay structure across the Council, we will have no other route than dismissal and re-engagement, which, as paragraph 21C explains, because of the recent Employment Rights Bill 2024, potentially leaves us open to yet further risks by way of multiple claims of unfair dismissal. Not approving these recommendations would also almost certainly lead to our facing industrial action. The extent of this is impossible to predict, but we have seen the effects in other councils, and having achieved agreement with our unions here in BCP, the withdrawal of the offer at this stage would inevitably receive a robust response. In that context, we cannot underestimate the achievement of having reached the stage we have, agreement with our unions on this offer. It contrasts with the experience of other councils, including Derby City Council, Leicester City Council, Coventry City Council, and not least Birmingham City Council, which have all failed to reach this point, and which have had to resort to dismissal and re-engagement with all the concerns and demotivation generated amongst staff, the risks of industrial action or the reality, and the risks of equal pay claims not having been adequately mitigated. The final consequence of our not approving the recommendations is that we would demoralise our staff, who would feel undervalued and let down. They have done a marvellous job over these past 6 years in welding together the 3 and a fraction councils that were merged, in managing the financial pressures that we've had to deal with in that time, in generating real savings through our transformation programme that have helped to mitigate these financial pressures and that exceed the costs of implementing this offer, the whole offer, not just the enhanced elements being discussed today. That is not to say that Cabinet and full Council agreeing to the recommendations is without risk of any kind. And the report sets out the nature of the potential risks. As is covered in the paragraphs following Figure 1, there is increased exposure to annual incremental drift, the budget pressure caused as employees move up the pay scales. This is normally managed by services within their budgets, but it remains to be seen what further pressures this creates. It is also the case that the application of the enhanced offer still leaves concerns for some colleagues. We heard last night from colleagues in Children's Services about the issues arising because of the reduction in their recruitment and retention payments caused by the increased widening of the pay bands. We take those concerns seriously, and we're looking at how we can address the issues they have raised. Discussions are ongoing and officers are actively engaged in finding solutions. Any changes that are needed can be made and will be as the recommendations in this report is implemented, as I hope they will be. And I've asked the Director to update Cabinet by form of briefing as soon as this matter has been resolved. I hope that this sets out where we are. In agreeing the recommendations, we will be making a clear statement that this administration values our workforce and we want for them the fair pay structure that we have been promising for years. I would ask Cabinet to support the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hannah. Can I invite any members who are not on Cabinet who wish to speak on this item?
No.
I'm not seeing any indication there. I will go to Cabinet. Any Cabinet members wishing to speak on this? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Leader. I've got to shoot off in a minute, so I wanted to get my comment in quick. I just wanted to thank the Director of People and Culture, Sarah Dean, and her team for the work that's gone into this. I mean, it's a monumental effort. Can't even comprehend it, to be honest, how much work has gone into getting this over the line, and how important it is that that's happened, you know, in avoiding any equal pay claims or any, you know, getting that parity between staff. So just wanted to put that on record. Thanks to the officers, especially after some of what we've seen today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, I've been around long enough to sort of have seen this through since 2019 when, you know, it was first sort of raised and prioritised, and it's gone through various sort of stages. So I'm really pleased to be able to sort of second and support this this pay and reward paper. Because it's another, I suppose, from local government reorganisation, it's been another one of those difficult and long processes. But ultimately, you know, we're getting towards a positive outcome by working collectively with staff, with unions, and it's not without cost, as Councillor Hannah said, it's not without risks. But I'm really pleased we've got to this point, and compared to a number of other local authorities who have you know, ended up down a different path and more difficult, more costly, more risky situations. So it's testament to the amount of work that's gone into making sure we can secure this, and you know, difficult decisions along the way. And I just wanted to reflect partly on this meeting. You know, as a local authority, in my view, we've got three key resources that we're really responsible for managing. There's financial resources, and we've had a couple of really important papers around our financial position today. There's our sort of property, land, housing, assets and resources, and there's been a number of papers today about particular properties and about our housing that we've had important decisions to make on. But then there's our human resources, and or I hate the term human resources really, because they're the people that we need. And to be honest, I think they're the most important of those areas, because without the right people and working together as teams, we're never going to deliver on those other areas. So I think for me, this whole cabinet meeting's had some really important and difficult decisions to make around finances, around property, and now around our people. As it should be, you know, that we sort of take on making these difficult and important decisions. But I'm really just pleased to see that we've got to this position after too long, to be honest. And there's been a number of reasons for that. But I'm really pleased that in the 2 years that this administration's been in control, we've actually really managed to push ahead and overcome those obstacles along the way to get to this point. So thank you to everybody involved in getting here.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Burton.
Yeah, thank you very much, Leader. I would totally agree. This should have been sorted out many years ago. I know with my children's services hat on, not having a paying wall system which is fair across all the service has been an issue, and it's been something that we've been working with for quite a long time. I thank you for mentioning the issues that still are within children's services, and just so people understand, it's all to do with what they call the local market supplement, which is being paid. The local market supplement, often called the LMS, doesn't have pay protection attached to it. And therefore, that is the particular issue. Now, I've been aware of this for a while, and I know that I've made the rest of the cabinet aware of this for a while. And I really thank you for the work that has been done and is still being done to get this addressed, and to reassure children's services staff that we are listening to this and we're working as hard as we can. Just so that you understand, you know, it's the children's services staff here that didn't manage us to get a good Ofsted outcome. And you know, with all our services, it is the staff, the people who actually are the service. And you know, with all, and I would say especially in children's, that is the case. We can't give bonuses out. We don't. A lot of people, a lot of the public think that, you know, people get bonuses all the time. I can't say. I'd love to give children's services staff a bonus for getting a good Ofsted rating. That's not the way that we work. So getting this right, a very complicated situation, is really important. You suggested and that we had a briefing to Cabinet, and I think that's a really good point. I got an email from the Chair of Children's ONS earlier this morning, asking for something similar. That what they want to look at is because they were very aware of the risks to service that is. So could I suggest that we get some briefing, maybe a similar or the same briefing to Children's ONS, so that they understand the situation following on for this. So I'm just asking that you know, we are continuing to be trusted to keep working on this to make sure that we get a resolution. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you. Yes, I know from my career in the NHS how it feels personally when you're told you're not as valued as much as you used to be, and yet you're still expected to carry on doing the work. And so I know those. You know, although we bent over backwards to reduce the numbers of people who have dropped in salary, there had to be some in terms of trying to balance books, and I think that's where we started and why it's taken quite so long as it has to get to this point. And I feel actually quite. For the non-unionised staff who've just been sitting on the sidelines waiting while we negotiate with the unions, and I think that's the majority of our staff. But I do hope we've got to a much better place. In my own service, or the service that I look after, includes the waste teams. and there was a lot of unhappiness amongst them, and particularly for the drivers. Lots of other opportunities for them, driving HGVs, driving other vehicles, and I think we've come to a much better place for them than we were in. So I'd like to extend thanks to Sarah and the team in HR for keeping going at it, because I know it's been really hard over a number of negotiations, but also to thank the unions and the staff for bearing with us and for coming to hopefully what is a better position for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. I can't see anyone else indicating to speak, but Councillor Hannah, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Chair. I won't repeat the necessity for our moving forward on this. I will thank colleagues for their comments, and I will comment in particular with regard to Councillor Burton's request that the briefing that I've asked for Cabinet is also sent to Children's O&S. But I would suggest that since he's actually asking for a little bit more in terms of implications for the service, that it might be that the two directors work together on something which goes to both Cabinet and Children's Overview and Scrutiny. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. So, Cabinet are asked to vote on making this recommendation to Council. Can I see all those in favour of the recommendation, please? Thank you. That's everyone who's here in the room. Right, we will bring back in Councillor Herritt. I don't know if anyone could go and bring him back in. Thank you. And we're going to go back to our agenda now. So we have already covered agenda item 11 on the BCP Homes satisfaction measures. They were dealt with a little earlier in this meeting. So our next on the agenda is agenda item 12, and this is Our Place and Environment cross-pavement electric vehicle charging trial. This one is going to be presented and proposed by Councillor Hadley. Can I see if there is a Cabinet member to second this one, please?
I'm very happy to second, Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Okay, so Councillor Hadley, over to you.
Thank you, Leader. I was going to say the rest of the agenda is mine, but it's not, because there is one other item somebody else. So we have about 110 fast charging points installed around the BCP area. That's 220 sockets, 110 devices. And those are high capacity, mostly in our car parks. We are very close to rolling out a further 500 locations, 1,000 sockets of low speed 7 kilowatt chargers in residential areas which support overnight charging by residents. But it was recognised when we took the electric vehicle charging strategy to Council in January 24 that there's a real disparity between the position for someone who's got a driveway and the ability to charge a car on their own drive from their own domestic supply at minimal cost, and people who don't have a driveway and have to use the public infrastructure. The cost per kilowatt is significantly more. And as we think about 27% of the households in BCP don't have off-street parking. So we committed at that time, and it's something that I was been really keen on, to look at the option of gully strips, the ability for people to connect safely the electricity supply from their home to a vehicle where they don't have their own off-street parking. This doesn't give them rights of parking outside their house. It's something they'd have to negotiate on a as they need to use it basis, unless it is a dedicated disabled parking bay. They would just have to be talk to their neighbours. So this is about having a pilot. We've gone through a number of concerns from different departments, because obviously it interferes with the pavement. We want to make sure that it's safe for pedestrians, particularly the disabled, people with young kids with mobility scooters or wheelchairs, and for good repair of the pavement. There is a government grant available till April 26. And that will partly pay for the funding, but otherwise it will be down to the individual householder to pay. So there is a cost to the householder if they choose to do this. There are also obligations on them to keep it in good repair and to remove it if they move out and the next occupant doesn't want the same facility. So this is looking to get a trial to understand this. As I say, we're not the first by any means. There are other local authorities around the country, and our lead officer on this has been around to see them in the flesh and talk to people and find out their experience. So we are not starting from ground zero. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hadley. I'm just going to see if there are any members not on Cabinet who wish to speak on this, and I can see an indication from Councillor Chapman-Law. Councillor Chapman-Law, would you like to come in?
Hello, and thank you. We've owned an EV since 2018, and in that time, we've covered around 200,000 miles, mostly in Dorset and Hampshire, but as far north as Newcastle, the depths of South Wales, and the visit to Cornwall, which included an excellent the excellent Eden project, which had convenient destination charging. This would not have been impossible for us to do without the off-street parking and a home charger, which, due to the cheap rate of electricity, reduced the cost per mile drastically, which more than offsets the higher monthly finance costs of the car. It has saved us in the region of £26,000 in fuel costs alone, never mind the reduced costs in servicing and all the other non-financial benefits of owning an EV. Having recently had solar installed, we are now seeing our electricity costs go to negative, and that includes charging the EV. It is great to see the trial of gullies coming to BCP. Owning an EV without being able to charge at home is expensive and inconvenient. The public chargers are expensive in part because companies aren't protected by the energy price cap, and also the fact that we pay 20% VAT on public charging instead of 5% at home, which further amplifies the higher energy costs companies are paying. Having read the proposal, I believe we should be requiring people that are installing the gullies to be part of a charger sharing scheme, such as co-charger. I've used this myself. Mine is available, and it has very positive feedback from visitors. Most people will only be charging 1 or 2 nights a week at home, which means the charger will be unused 5 to 6 nights a week. Having the charger available on something like co-charger would reduce the number of chargers and gullies needed to be installed, as several households could share one charger and the owner of the gully could recoup the cost of the install over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman-Law. I can see another indication, which is from Councillor Carl Brown. So, Sharon, over to you.
Thank you, Leader. I just wanted to, actually endorse some of what Councillor Chapman-Law has just said, the sharing and what have you, but also just to say I'm really pleased to see this come to Cabinet and to see this pilot. It was a Labour amendment to the council paper back in, I think it was January last year. And so very, very pleased to see this happening. There's an awful lot of people in my ward in particular who would potentially benefit from this. And it was a missing part of the original plan because there were so many people without driveways and without the ability to easily charge an electric vehicle at home, and we had to find a way to make provision for them. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Councillor Carl Brown. Right, I'm going to go to Cabinet now and invite any debate on this item. Councillor Burton.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. I thought I'd better speak about this. Seconding it, and of course I also have an electric vehicle, so I do understand quite a lot of. I'm totally in favour of this for 3 reasons. I mean, it's inequality, safety, and network capacity is the 3 areas. Now, I mean, we've talked about the inequality of having to pay higher prices, and now 20%, 27% of the population not having off-street parking. Now, this of course won't deal with all of those people, but a number of those. Yeah, at the moment, I know I pay about 7p a unit to charge overnight at home. It costs me about 1.4p a mile to drive. My nearest public parking, if I didn't have off-street parking, they're charging 83p a unit. So you know that isn't a small percentage. So that produces a huge inequality. Plus, of course, I will having to pay probably to park the car to charge as well. Therefore, you've got to think about the car parking spaces. Yeah, it would not be viable for most people to buy an electric car because, to be honest, at that price, you might as well pay for diesel because it's almost exactly the same price. We mentioned the electricity cap is 25.7p. So you know, even at the most expensive home charging, you'd only be spending just over 25p a unit. The safety aspect of it, if you have a properly installed home charging point, there's lots of rules and regulations about that, and the safety, the height it's put in, the way that it monitors electricity if anything goes wrong. If you are having to park outside your house, you're not allowed to have a trailing cable. However, people will, won't they? You know, if you're in a house where you think, okay, nobody's going to notice, it's going to happen. I've seen it happening in roads. Of course, all those protections are not there for safety. And of course, yeah, we're talking about electrical safety and all the other safeties that could go around it for a trip. And the last thing, you know, the network capability or the network capacity. Smart technology means that electric cars can charge when there's surplus of the network. We hear that electricity being wasted by wind farms and things where they've got nowhere for electricity to go to. If you're charging on a rapid charger at a particular time when you've got to drive there, you're probably going to be charging at the time when the network is having the maximum demand. Charging overnight and having the smart capability of being turned on and off when there's supply available also takes that demand off the network. So I did have a conversation with one of the suppliers. There were a number of suppliers that do this because I also have some things, questions about things like who's responsible if things go wrong. And I know the supplier I talked about, you know, the car insurance of the person if something went wrong at the car end will cover it. The household insurance of the person if something went on the household end will cover it. And as a local authority, will have to take responsibility probably for the bit of work that we do. But I think that's quite a low risk to take for a trial. And therefore, for those reasons, I think it would be a really good idea to go with this trial.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. Any other councillors? Oh, Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Leader. Just a brief comment because I've spoken on probably most papers, but which I wouldn't normally do. Just colleagues know that I do some work within the sort of electricity network industry, working with National Grid and some other electricity distribution companies. And we've had lots of discussions in forums there about the energy transition to low carbon technologies and about making sure that nobody is left behind in that transition to the benefits of low carbon technologies. And for me, this is a really important paper because it's the embodiment of that, about making sure that just because of the type of housing you're in, that you're not actually disadvantaged and you are able to take advantage of the sort of movement to electric vehicles and that low carbon technology. So certainly it's something that's a hot topic and discussed within the electricity network industry, and I think it's really important that we're doing our bit to support that. So.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. Can't see any other indications, so I'll go back to Councillor Hadley if there's anything to add.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, so Councillor Chapman-Law, the requirement for the co-charger or equivalent, a sharing of the charge point. That's an interesting point. I'm not sure whether we could mandate it. I think there's already quite a lot being asked of the householder because we're asking them to take responsibility for the unit and for its removal at the end if they don't need it any further. And for the costs of our inspections. So another obligation I think would be difficult, but an encouragement and making sure they're aware of the possibility of doing that and the possibility of recouping some of the cost of installation is something that I would certainly take away and hope to work with. Councillor Carr-Brown, yes, it was Labour amendment. So as I said at the time, I'd already been asking about it, and so I was very pleased to take on board the comment from yourself, the amendment from yourself, and take that forward. Councillor Burton raised a comparison between 7p per unit for home charging and 83 pence per unit. As I understand, the range for the public charges is between 44 and 89 pence, so that's very much the high end, which would be a high-speed charger. So that would be more for a destination charger for a quick charge as the price. So I guess you've got a high-speed charger close to you. That's where I think our next rollout of the lower capacity chargers would be cheaper. But the points about VAT and the energy cap are very valid. On the safety, it is clear that what we're asking the households to do is to take responsibility. And I've seen examples of people putting carpet or cardboard over the top of a cable draped across the pavement, thinking that will do, and that's okay. It's really not okay. And I think that's something that we do have to be really mindful of. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Right, so we will move to a vote on this paper and the recommendations that we need to make to Council. Can I please see an indication of all those in favour, please? Lovely, that's unanimous. Right, we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 13 on Transport Sale 25-26 to 27-28 and the Port of Paul Bridges programme. Councillor Hadley is going to be introducing this paper and I'm going to be seconding it. So I will hand over to Councillor Hadley to present the report.
Thank you, Leader. This follows on from the approval by Council of the allocation of strategic SIL to a number of key schemes, and this is one of those key schemes. So it's bringing back a bit more detail on the scheme. This is important. The two bridges. It was a decision by the then Borough of Poole to go for a two-bridge solution across the to Hamworthy from Poole Town, using the 1920s Poole Bridge and the Twin Sails Bridge. The 1920s bridge is a lovely bridge, but it's getting quite old, and there are bits falling off it, and there is a real concern that some bits might fall into the mechanism and wreck the bridge. So the work there really is dealing with rust and with ensuring that the fabric of the bridge is sound for the foreseen future. The Twin Sails Bridge, from its inception, it had quite an innovative design in terms of the bearings. And that has proved to be a bit of an Achilles heel and something that we've been doing a lot of work on, taking a lot of criticism for as council. But the team have been working really hard on it and believe they've got a better way forwards with it, which is to go back to a more conventional design for the bearings. And so that's what we intend to do with that. And then the third element, which I get a lot of grief about, is the indicator panels that tell you which bridge is open. And of course, they have to set that in advance of the bridge actually opening, so that people are aware before they reach the bridge. And sometimes I get wrong-footed where I think the panels are failed again, and they're just about to open the bridge, or in fact, by the time I get there, the bridge has actually opened. There were problems with rat infestations breaking through the cables, and some of the unreliability was actually down to rats chewing through cables, which is why the indicators were showing the wrong thing. So we have upped our rat patrols in the short term, and the work here is to replace the indicators. They are mechanical ones, like the old train ones as well. You can see at Waterloo Station, and there are problems with the mechanics of those as well. So the intention is to move forward with those. So those are the three elements of the scheme, and the expectation, the intention is to get on with it as soon as we can, assuming approval by yourselves and by council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Any members who are not on Cabinet wishing to speak? I can't see any indication. Anyone on Cabinet want to add to this one? No, I also can't see any indication from Cabinet, so thank you, Councillor Hadley. I'm not sure if you want to add anything. I think we will take that one straight to a vote then. Can I see all those in favour of the recommendation to Council? Thank you, that's unanimous. I think that's probably the quickest ever paper we've had at Cabinet, but I appreciate it as we are getting on and still have items to deal with. So we'll go on to agenda item 15, which is the local area energy plan. So Councillor Hadley is proposing and presenting this report. Can I see if there is a Cabinet member willing to second?
Happy to second that, Leader.
Thank you, Councillor David Brown. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Leader. So this one will be a little bit slower, I suspect, than the previous one. We've been working for quite some time with other organisations across the BCP area looking at our local energy requirements. We are quite a constrained area for electricity supply. We've just been talking about electric vehicle charging, but also as people move away from gas for homes, there's an increase in demand for the use of electricity for heating of homes and other buildings. With the help of City Science, Joe McQuillan and team, we've come up with a plan which really looks at the next 15 years and how we try and make sure that we safeguard our supply and look to decarbonise our network. It's a really thorough piece of work. It's a really large piece of work. The Environment and Scrutiny Board took quite a long look at this. I'm not sure we've got the chair of that committee with us today, but they did look in some detail and were supportive of the plan after many questions. I think in the interest of time, I won't go through it too much, but effectively we had an opportunity to look between an innovation route which kind of relied on innovation technology to move us forwards, and a reduction route which looked at behaviour change, people actually changing what they do and recognising the need to do so. Inevitably, what is proposed is a balance between those two, and the elements of that are reliant on innovations and on people being prepared to change their habits. So there's a range of uncertainties in terms of that, in terms of the outcome, but certainly we've come up with a list of 15 key elements to take this work forwards across all the themes, including things like EV charging, powering HGVs and buses and coaches, and how much energy we can self-generate off roofs and elsewhere. I mentioned in the Overview and Scrutiny Committee that the Coastal Energy Charter was signed. It's a new partnership building on our previous efforts, but particularly for the public sector organisations, the hospitals, the university and the council all have 7-figure energy bills. And whether or not you're looking at the carbon reductions, actually just reducing the costs of energy to our main anchor institutions is a really key element. And we are working together, and the Coastal Energy Charter brings the leaders of those organisations and other organisations together to do work on that. And that's something we want to build on, a coalition of the willing really to make this real and happen. So there's lots of work already underway, and the strategy sets out our ambition for what we want to achieve over the next 15 years.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Are there any members who are not on Cabinet who would like to speak on this item? Not seeing any indication. Over to Cabinet. Go on, Councillor David Brown.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, as I mentioned under the last paper, I do some work in the electricity network industry and also with Scottish and Southern Energy, although primarily I've worked in Scotland with them on their developments of electricity networks. And a lot of that has included work with local authorities on local area energy plans. And it's something which I think is really critical that people don't necessarily see it. And I've said to colleagues before, I compare our electricity networks with our roadways and our highways, because we can see the roads. Everybody sort of can understand when there's congestion on the roads and when there's problems at a particular junction, because we all experience it in our daily lives. But it's very much the same in terms of our electricity networks. There are parts of the electricity network that are congested. There are parts that aren't. There sometimes, there's new developments happening, so we need to build a new junction, i.e., a new substation. And we need, or if it's a congested part of the network, we need to dig up all the cables that are down there and put down much bigger cables that can manage a lot bigger electricity flow. So having a plan and thinking through how our local electricity and energy system supports future development is really critical. And it's something that I know a lot of people don't think about because it's under the ground or predominantly under the ground. Some of it's on pylons and above the ground as well. But because we don't sort of see it and experience it in our daily lives, it doesn't make it any less important. And certainly the work I do with electricity networks is sort of getting that message across to local authorities and about working with local authorities to a lot of it for the electricity networks is to actually work with local authorities to understand what their future development needs are, to actually manage the electricity network to support that. And the way our electricity networks have developed over the last few decades, they were built back in the 50s and 60s to transport power from large coal-powered power plants like the one we used to have in Poole, and take it one way into houses and businesses. But now it's a much, much more complex, flexible system that now we have two-way flows. So many houses have electric vehicles or have solar panels or air source heat pumps, all that sort of thing, that actually the wires that were built to flow in one direction from power stations to houses and businesses now have to flow two directions from your solar panels back onto the grid and then to other parts of the grid. So really sort of complex flows, and that puts a lot of pressures on substations and on the networks and the cables. So it's a much more complex system nowadays. And beyond that, the pressure that is growing on our electricity networks, that we've just been speaking about electric vehicles, so the electrification of our vehicle system, so moving away from petrol and diesel to actually using electricity, is a massive increase in the amount of our electricity networks have to carry. The electrification of domestic heating and the move away from gas boilers towards air source heat pumps, again, a massive step change in the amount of electricity flowing through our networks. And in discussions I've had recently, the next big step change is around data centres and artificial intelligence. People don't realise when they use Copilot or artificial intelligence, that's putting another burden on the electricity network, because the amount of data transfers and the use of data centres, that's going to be another massive step change in the amount of electricity that this country needs generated and supplied and carried over the network. So there's some real big fundamental shifts within our energy networks, and I'm really pleased to see this local area energy plan coming forward. And I have to comment that a couple of years ago I attended an audit and governance committee meeting, and I noticed that work on the local area energy plan was highlighted in red, and when I queried it, it was mentioned that it had been deprioritised under the previous administration and work had been stopped on it, because I don't know, I guess they wanted to develop a property somewhere or something, and weren't actually that interested in things like this. So under the previous administration, they'd actually stopped work on this and delayed it. And I think it's to our credit that we've actually sort of got a grip of this and worked on it and made it come to fruition later than it should have done, but not down to us. And so yeah, I'm really pleased to see it, and it's so critical for, you know, all of us use electricity every day for all sorts of parts of our lives, and this is critical to making sure that that can continue in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Burton?
Yeah, I mean, just really to Councillor Brown has said most of what I would want to say on that. Yeah, just to amplify the fact that, you know, this is vital to our future as an area. We are quite an energy island down here, and Councillor Brown is totally right in that the systems that join us are now getting overstretched. And of course they were designed for a certain direction, as he said, from large power stations to us. They were never designed for what we're doing now, having micro production on houses. Electricity can't flow in different directions than the wire, I would say, but energy can. Yeah, or if you can do that, do let me know. But energy can, and of course the systems were never designed for energy to be flowing from your house back into the grid, and it's having to cope with that, even though it wasn't designed. Getting the stability right is important, as you probably all saw those power cuts in Spain and Portugal earlier on. That was primarily due to instability caused actually by the changes on the way that energy is being used. And therefore having a plan to avoid that sort of thing happening is so important.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. I can't see any other members of Cabinet indicating, so I'll go back to Councillor Hadley to sum up.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, as Councillor Brown raised, the congestion light roads is really important. Pedro, who used to work on our climate team, went to work for Scottish and Southern Energy, and he's involved as part of the DNO team. So he's involved in this work from the other side, and that's really helpful in terms of that visibility, that knowledge. Although it's transferred the knowledge out of the council, but it's a good link. And I was going to mention Portugal and Spain, and that piece around actually, you know, we are dependent on what happens elsewhere in the country to a very large degree, and to some degree isolating ourselves for that. There's also not just the competition for capacity, but also the threat of regional pricing. And because we don't generate an awful lot of energy in this area, we could stand to lose out significantly if regional pricing came in, because we don't have a big production in this area. And the other thing I did want to mention, which I forgot to mention in my introduction, was around geothermal. So the hospitals are working very actively on proposals for geothermal. That should form part of a district heat network. So it's not all about electricity, it is also about heat in its other forms. And if you go to places like Sweden, they have 40, 50 years experience in those things, and actually, you know, sort of a good use of heat pumps and heat networks in a very different way to us, and we need to be getting there as well. So we have already commissioned a study into that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hadley. Right, we will go to a vote on this item. Can I see all those in favour of the recommendations? Thank you, that is unanimous. So we're going to move on to the urgent item that we have, because we have some officers who will need to leave soon. The urgent additional item is the update on the disposal of land at Wessex Fields, Riverside Avenue. Councillor Cox is going to be presenting this report. I'm very happy to propose it, but I need to ask Cabinet for a seconder on this item. Councillor Martin, thank you very much for seconding that. So, Councillor Cox, can you introduce this report, please?
Certainly, thank you, Leader. And today, really, I'd like Cabinet's approval to proceed without a further delay with the sale of the council-owned land at Wessex Fields, Riverside Avenue, Bournemouth. This is not merely a matter of administrative process, but a decision of strategic importance, one that promises significant benefits for the residents of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, and indeed the wider region. Let me just reflect for a minute on the journey thus far. Months have passed since the original council decision, and throughout this time, a diligent and robust process of negotiation, valuation and due diligence has been observed. Independent experts commissioned by both the council and the University Hospitals Dorset NHS Foundation Trust have now provided clarity and assurance regarding the site's value, with the latest offer standing at about £6 million for the freehold. This is a fair and robust figure, only fractionally below the most recent independent valuation and well within the accepted margin of error. Let me remind Cabinet that at Council, the Council agreed to sell this property overwhelmingly. I think it was something like 56-6 in terms of voting. The time for hesitation, therefore, has now passed, and there are three compelling reasons why we must act now. First and foremost, the proposed site will unlock the site's immense potential for public good. University Hospital Dorset's vision for Wessex Fields is ambitious and impactful. The development of the medical, health and technology and research facilities, complemented by vital key worker housing. This is not mere speculation. It is a transformative project that will bring substantial health benefits, strengthen our regional medical infrastructure and create high quality jobs. Such an investment directly addresses the needs of our growing population and supports the health and well-being of us all. Secondly, as a council, we are legally and ethically bound to secure the best value for public assets. This offer not only reflects a competitive and independently verified price, but it also represents a marked improvement from the initial valuations, some of which were significantly lower. By accepting this offer, we are fulfilling our fiduciary duties. The capital receipt will provide vital funding for our ongoing transformation programs that are essential to modernising the services and improving the lives of our residents. And finally, the heads of terms clearly sets out openly reflect a transparent and equitable approach to this disposal. All parties have been consulted. All relevant procedures have been observed. The offer comes with a clear timeline, completion by the 30th of September this year, with a long stop at the end of December. Further delay risks losing this opportunity, undermining confidence and prolonging uncertainty, not just for the council, but also for University Hospitals Dorset and the community indeed at large. Let us also be clear, this decision is being made in the council's capacity as landowner. Nothing in this process will prejudice our statutory duties as planning, rating or highways authority. Our obligations and safeguards remain firmly in place. Every significant decision carries risk, yet every risk has been carefully weighed. The site's unique shape, its current underdeveloped state and the access issues have all been considered by independent valuers. Legal advice has been sought and reflected in the confidential appendices. There are no outstanding human resources, public health or equity concerns that should delay this sale. The sustainability of our estate remains a priority, and therefore there are currently no buildings on site. There is no immediate carbon impact. So therefore, Cabinet, in conclusion, the case for prompt action is compelling. By moving forward, we will secure a major capital receipt, catalyse essential health and research development, and demonstrate our commitment to delivering for the people we serve. Delay serves only to risk losing momentum, to cast doubt and forego the benefits that are now within reach. I believe we should grasp this opportunity. We should proceed with the sale, confident in the knowledge that we are acting in the best interests of our communities our local economy and our shared future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. I'm going to invite those who are not on Cabinet to speak. I can see I've got Councillor Broadhead indicating. Councillor Broadhead.
Yes, thank you very much, Leader. And I apologise I've got no camera, but I'm not where I intended to be during the because of the length of time this cabinet meeting has gone on. I've got two questions. The first one is actually one that I hope that the monitoring officer can help, and it is just about this decision-making process. As I see it, the decision before cabinet today fundamentally changes nearly all of the terms of the deal that was previously approved by full council. So first of all, on the value, the amount that we are now concerning ourselves with is vastly different than what full council approved. It's £4 million, over £4 million difference, three times the difference in the amount. And normally, when such a dramatic, although we've delegated the decision to officers, when such a large difference in value is presented, it comes back to full council. But secondly, despite what the cabinet member has assured us, it also is my view that the terms of this sale are entirely different as well. So councillors will recall that we were sole division by the hospital, as we've heard from Councillor Cox, about building out the full science and technology park by the hospital, including a very fancy document to that effect, and that they intend to fully deliver it. That was what the first decision said. This revised decision in front of us, in my view, fundamentally changes that, because it changes the requirement for them to build the through road and also the connection to Deansley Road. And as many will know that have followed this journey closely and have looked at the planning documents, the only way that the science park can be fully delivered is with that very connecting and through road. So those 2 points together, the huge difference in value and the fact that this is an entirely different transaction, they will not be able to deliver the science park without that commitment to a through road, means I think that this is an entirely different decision. So I'd wonder whether the monitoring officer can confirm her view of why this decision would not come back to full council itself. And then I've got a second question. Thank you.
If I may, Chair, I would like to draw members' attention to paragraph 1, which clearly sets out the recommendation from Council, which is to approve the disposal of council-owned land at Wessex Fields. Council did not tie the hands of the Director of Finance acting in his capacity as the Corporate Property Officer or any other officer in a specific amount. I also just want to remind councillors here that in any form of transaction such as this, the council is required to receive best consideration in compliance with legislation, and therefore to tie the hands of council when market values change and fluctuate so much would have been inappropriate. So I'm satisfied that this report does meet the does satisfy the recommendation from council as set out at paragraph 1 of the report, Chair.
Thank you very much. Right, do we have any other speakers wishing to speak on
I've
this?
got another point. Sorry.
Oh, go on, Councillor Broadhead. If we could move quickly, just that would be great. Thank you.
This is a very important item, so I do have other points to raise, but I will try and be brief. I respectfully still have my concerns about that last statement. In any other capital scheme or other schemes that we look at where the money and the terms change so differently, it comes back to full council. So I'm still slightly aghast that this is just a cabinet-only decision. The few other points, Leader, that I will make, and I've got 3 points to make, and I'll cover them in turn, and hopefully Councillor Cox can answer in his sum up. First of all, I wonder whether there is any chance whatsoever that somebody in the administration will give an apology to many of us that have raised from day one that the previous deal, which offered a discount on the Red Book valuation, was not demonstrating best value. We've discovered through some dogged determination via email trails that the previous discount from the valuation was actually the council's instruction to the Red Book valuers. So it wasn't something that was arrived at through the Red Book valuation. A number of us from day one have said that this doesn't demonstrate best value, and essentially I think this paper confirms by the huge increase that was a justified position. So I wonder whether, considering many of us were ridiculed, including by the former leader in the press, saying that we didn't know what we were talking about, that we can have some acknowledgement of that. The second question I would ask is why that second valuation in the very first round of this that I had actually requested as part of the cross-party strategic asset working group to get this bottom of the valuation, why that valuation was essentially hidden from councillors. We had a paragraph in the initial paper which gave a summary of that valuation. It was only in the last 4 months, I think, again through dogged determination, that we got the actual copy of that valuation, which anybody reading it makes very clear that they were told by the council what they expected the valuation to be, but they still, from day one, said that this should have been valued at this higher figure that we're now talking about today. So I would ask the question of why that full document wasn't provided when every other document was provided in the initial decision. And then finally, I just want to know what assurances we will have that if Councillor Cox and the administration is so convinced that that this sale will still result in the bigger vision of Wessex Fields, which is what so many of us want, how can they honestly have assurance that is going to happen when the main thing that this changes, apart from the price, this paper, is that the hospital do not have to provide the very road that will unlock this site's true potential? How can we stand here and say that this is what is going to happen when we are removing the compulsion on that to happen? Leader, I've got very much more that I will want to say on this at some point, but I would like those 3 questions answered.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. I'm going to bring the Chief Executive in on the process, and then I'll go back to Councillor Cox to answer your questions specifically. But I do want to open this up to Cabinet after that. So, Chief Executive.
Thank you, Leader. This item was delegated, the decision was delegated to the Director of Finance. Under other circumstances, the Council might have recorded the key terms and conditions, but it didn't. It delegated the matter to the Director of Finance acting in consultation with the portfolio holder. So from my point of view, we have followed process. We have had extensive legal advice about the process. I support the monitoring officer's reply, which she gave to Councillor Broadhead immediately prior to that second question. So I think we have covered that point. I think it is a process that has been checked through. We've had advice on it. We believe this to be an appropriate process.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Councillor Cox, do you want to come back at this point or wait till you sum up to answer?
I'll wait to sum up if that's all right.
Lovely, thank you. So we'll open this up to Cabinet to speak on this. Can I see any indications? Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, I was actually going to thank the Leader of the Opposition for his intervention in terms of this. It's really interesting because when the Unity Alliance was in control, we agreed with the hospital that we would build them a white chalk road to the back of their site, and that translated under your watch, sir, to a fully metalled road, which we've now built at significant cost to the council. I was really disappointed about that. Back in January 2020, we had a public engagement at a site called The Bridge, which is a community building on the Littledown site. And we talked about a sustainable health-focused campus. And that was a vision that was shared by the public and was really supported. The idea of key worker housing, a medical facility working with the university, and a very futuristic large domed building was part of that piece. It wasn't about a road through the middle of the site, which will get completely choked up within 3 years. And I just don't see why this fixation for another busy road. We've already got a horrible busy road at the front of the site. We will have another completely choked up busy road at the back of the site, which would completely wreck that site as a campus. If you go to Bournemouth University, it doesn't have a road through the middle of it. It has a space for people to walk between buildings to be able to use it as a campus site, and a health campus site at that. So get away from the fixation on a road being everything, because it will resolve absolutely the square root of nothing. The other bit of that is and I see it would be a planning issue, and it's not clearly not part of this decision, is about sustainable links. It's really important to me that the sustainable links across to across and around this site are maintained, and I see that as part of the local plan and would be part of the planning process. I guess we would be looking at that from a planning perspective. But in terms of this, I really welcome it. I did highlight the geothermal drill site under the previous item. I had approaches from members of staff at the hospital to express real concern that the longer we drag on with this, their opportunity to actually get on with that geothermal drilling is actually going to disappear unless we sell that site to them soon, because that it needs to be on that site. So I'm really keen that this happens. I think we've now got a better price, and I'm pleased that we've got a better price. And as I say, I'm grateful to him for getting us to that point. But that doesn't equal stick and road through the middle of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Are there any other cabinet members wishing to speak? Councillor Brown.
Just briefly, Leader. Yeah, I'm in support of sort of approving this, and I'm happy with the process and the decision-making process that's gone through council and cabinet and delegation to officers, and just fully in support of it. And I think I've said in previous debates on this, because I think it's in the interest of our residents in terms of health and well-being and supporting the local health service in establishing this campus and actually being able to develop it and improve health services, which will improve the health of residents right across Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole ultimately. So just from that perspective, I think it's in our residents' interest that we proceed with this as soon as we can.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I can't see any other indications to speak, so I'm going to go back to Councillor Cox to sum up on this item.
Thank you, Leader. I think the Councillor Broadhead made a few points. He asked for an apology. I'm not giving an apology for getting some more money for the site, which we're going to sell. I think the Chief Executive Officer has dealt with the matter in terms of the documentation and the process. And I also think that Councillor Hadley has dealt with the item in respect of the road. It should note that UHD request, note that UHD has requested that they're not under any obligation under the sale documentation to construct a road through the site. Therefore, it's unclear whether any road to be constructed by UHD, if any, would link to the A338 Wessex Way to Deansley Road. However, moreover, the UHD does not own all of the land needed to construct such a connecting road, and therefore if no connection road is built, the council may face challenges and complaints from third-party owners based on previous alleged commitments and representations to construct the connected road. This is all, the UHD will still be subject to a planning process, and we cannot prejudice that planning process. So I would strongly recommend that Cabinet approve this and we get on and sell the land. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Right, we are going to go to a vote now on the item. Can I see all those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you, that's unanimous. So we move to agenda item 17 on our agenda, which is the SEND budget pressures. I am going to be asking Councillor Burton to propose and present this paper, and I'm going to be seconding, having been involved with part of this work recently. So, Councillor Burton, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Leader. So this is an informal report for noting to Cabinet. It's really good to have all this information laid out in one place because, as we know, this is a very current and hot topic. Thanks to Lisa Lincott, the Director of Education, Nicola Webb, Assistant Chief Financial Officer, for doing this. Some of the things I did actually say at last night's ONS on the finance papers, because we can see that some of this overlaps with that. So if you've heard a little bit of this before, sorry, that was an abridged version. This is sort of the director's cut. So I'm not going to really go over the details of the report. I'm going to do a little bit of the background around it to help everybody understand. So education for children with high needs, for example, children excluded from mainstream school or otherwise unable to attend school are funded through the ring-fence dedicated schools grant high needs block, often just called the high needs block. This all started in September 2014 when EHCPs were introduced by the Children and Family Act. There was a transition period, so they had to transition from statements, which came before that, to HCPs by the 1st of April 2018. So it's 1st of April 2018 is really a significant point. So by 2017, about half and half were statements in EHCPs. In 2015, that's after the Acts, but before the HBs came in, nationally, about 22,000 statements and a handful of EHCPs, a few thousand, were in place. And this has been at the same level for, when I checked, for 5 years before, only by the odd thousand going up and down. The first year that the data for EHCPs was 2019, which was an interesting year for a couple of reasons. It was up at 354,000. And this is nationally, and by 2024, 576,000. So you can see that the number nationally of EHCPs have been going up and up, and it's not showing any sign of slowing. And I said 2019 was, of course, a significant year, because, of course, that was the year when BCP started. So it's just by chance that this actually runs alongside. So what caused this increase is not fully understood. However, part of it, in more obvious reasons, was in the 2024 Act that the SEND was to include young adults up to the age of 25, and that wasn't the same with statements. And if you can have a look, it's now 10 years on, and you can see a lot of those young people are now in that category. The previous government introduced the SEND statutory override in 2020 as a temporary accounting measure to allow local authorities to exclude the dedicated schools grant deficit from the main reserves budget. It was supposed to allow the local authorities and schools to adapt to the changes brought about by the Act. And I said it's supposed to be temporary, and it was supposed to be phased out. The plan was that it was there for a while, and this deficit will go up a bit and then come down, and by now will be non-existent. Yes, did that happen? Looking at some of the figures from the paper and nationally, there's about 14 million children in the UK. The 2 to 3 billion rise between 25 and 27, 28 in the amount of money spent on SEND. That is about £178 per child rise in that time. That's on top of all the education and the SEND stuff that's in place, and that's a national figure. At 12, you can see how this is affecting our funding gap. And this looks so much better when you've got a graph and you can see it, but the gap in February 24 was 28 million with a deficit of 92. By October, it was up to 24, it was 45 million gap with a deficit of 108. And by July 25, it was a 50 million gap and a deficit of 130 million. That's an increase of about 1.24 million per month. So that's some sort of indication of where we're at. I was at the LGA conference and heard the Minister, Catherine Kinstall, speak. And she said some really interesting things. It was a good speech. I thought she started quite slowly, but she actually spoke really well with understanding and passion. And a lot of things that she said, I could have predicted. She admitted that the system for young people with SEND was quite frankly on its knees. That's a quote, with too many children needs not being met. She raised concern of how many young people are waiting for EHCPs and how, and again, quote, the SEND has become one of your biggest financial pressures and provides these essential services become an overwhelming burden. That's her words. She also said that the government inherited a SEND system that was in need of reform in so many ways. And she said, I know that the SEND has become your biggest financial pressure, providing these essential services has become an overwhelming burden, whilst often failing to even give outcomes that you want to see for children. So she also spoke about the role of Ofsted in these changes and making sure that schools were inclusive. She then left. It was going very well for her at that point, but people weren't very happy. And at that point, the chair, of which was actually the Woking Council Chief Executive, Susan Parsonage, picked up and ran the rest of the meeting. She actually, because I tried to speak at that meeting, I wasn't chosen to speak, but she also, when I spoke to her afterwards, was going to actually mention BCP because I know she's had some conversations with BCP because we are in the forefront of this, although all the local authorities are catching up with us. At 14, it mentions the 20-week statutory expectation for EHCPs. That was something, one of my first meetings when I was just in the portfolio, I remember I remember Graham being cross at this point, and I don't see Graham cross very often, but this was looking at the number of EHPs on the 20-week timeliness. We invested a lot of time and effort in that, because at that point, but it was actually in August 23, it says, it was actually zero. We had nobody hitting the 20-week timeliness. Within a few months ago, was at 97%. I would say, though, that can't be maintained. It can't be maintained because of the cost of doing that. We have a shortage of ed sites. We need to invest more in ed site time. Therefore, that 97% hitting the 20% timeliness is going to have to move back, probably more towards a national level. I think I hope I've given a bit more background to the paper. I say it's a really good, informative paper. I will suggest that everybody who's interested in this should read it. I think I'll leave it there, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. Can I invite any councillors who are not on Cabinet who wish to speak on this? Councillor Sharon Carr-Brown.
Schoolgirl error, straight off the bat, forgot to unmute, sorry. Thank you, Leader. Yes, that's really helpful context, Richard, and I just wanted to say how pleased I am to see this paper. It's one that we requested at our March meeting, and it will come to our September meeting. It would have been, usual perhaps for it to have come to our meeting first, but it wasn't possible through timings, and it's great that it's at this Cabinet. Although it would have been nice if it had been a little bit higher up the agenda, perhaps. But it is it's part of our ongoing and regular oversight of the SEND service and budget. So we know the national picture and the legacy of the lack of funding of the 2014 reforms and the huge rise in diagnoses and EHCPs that we've seen in recent years. And we know that there is a government white paper coming in the autumn. So that's the sort of national picture, but there are things that we can do locally and things that we are doing locally. And we've seen considerable change over the past 2 years. And the paper outlines many of those things that are in train and shows the complexity of the system. So I'd say from the point of view of our committee that we need strong local partnerships with schools and others to bring fundamental change in state provision, to bring costs down and satisfaction up. Richard referenced the Ofsted, the new power for them to consider inclusion. And we know that more local provision is a win-win. It's what families want and it's cheaper. It's essentially a spend to save model that we need to support as much as possible by investing in provision and earlier intervention and support. And we can celebrate the improvement in timeliness of EHCPs and reviews, but as Richard said, we know that that can't be maintained easily. And so we would need to invest if we wanted to keep that performance up and hopefully bring down the number of tribunals that we see, which is something that the committee is going to look into in the autumn as well. So this is a really useful paper. We congratulate the progress made, acknowledge the pressures, and we know there's no complacency as there's still a long way to go, and we still await our Ofsted inspection. And while I understand the financial imperative, that is this all that we're doing here is ultimately about providing an essential service to children and families. The support this service represents is life-changing and future-making, and we must never lose sight of that within any of the debates that we have around the money that we need to spend on this service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr-Brown. I'm just going to see if anyone else wants to come in on this who isn't on Cabinet, but I'm not seeing any indications. So I'll open this up to Cabinet. Any members wishing to speak? Not Councillor David Brown.
Just to speak very briefly, and I'm thankful to the portfolio holder for explaining some of the history around how this has arisen, and particularly that the pressures really started to develop around 2019, coincidental with the formation of BCP Council. And I just wanted to note on the financial pressures side, which are covered in the report, that, you know, back in 2020, actually, when I was portfolio holder for finance under the Three Towns Alliance, that we did have a sort of strategy to mitigate and balance the sort of pressures that were rising with the SEND funding. And at the time, we were forecasting, I think, in that year, that the SEND deficit would be around £10 million. We actually, in that budget in 2020, set aside £10 million as a financial resilience reserve to counterbalance the pressures that were rising in SEND, to actually support the financial resilience of the council, to make sure that we didn't become technically insolvent. Regardless of the statutory override, we wanted to make sure that, you know, we were in control of actually our financial strength, and that was done with the best of reasons, until government pointed out we weren't allowed to do that under the legislation. They wouldn't let us actually set aside counterbalancing financial resilience reserves we just had to, literally, they told us we couldn't do it, and we had to let the financial pressure grow there and off the books. I think we'd probably struggled to have had £171 million counterbalancing reserve by this state of play, but frankly, you know, we would have, had we carried on, you know, we'd have sort of building up a resilience reserve to maintain the council's strength, and probably would have kept the interest costs down, but we weren't allowed to by government. So that was that. I'm not quite sure what happened to that £10 million reserve. I think the subsequent administration spent it on, I'm not quite sure what. But yeah, we've done what we can do in terms of sort of managing the financial pressures of this, but we've been limited in our powers because of the legislation.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Leader. I will be brief. The financial situation around SEND is obviously very complicated, and it's obvious from comments that we all hear that many residents, especially on social media, don't understand it at all, which really isn't very surprising given the complexity. But I think this paper sets things out very clearly, and I must thank the portfolio holder for that excellent presentation. You know, follow that sort of thing. I think the obviously things you know, need to improve, and we need urgent intervention at government level, and a great deal of work I know has been done by you, Leader, and officers to lobby government. And I think it's vital that the white paper promised in the autumn brings forth some useful and workable reforms. I think we're counting on, or fingers crossed, that something definite will come out of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moore. Right, I'll look to Councillor Burton. Anything you wish to add to sum up?
Yeah, well, first, thank you for those points. And first to come to the children's ONS. Yeah, I can see it can look like slightly the wrong way round. However, I am sure it will still be in existence at that point. Well, I might be proved wrong. But I'm sure I'm looking forward to actually the input from Children's ONS, because you know, looking at this is so important. Following up what Councillor Brown said, yes, I do know that the rules about the statutory override do work against us tremendously. We're not allowed to do anything about it, to raise money other ways, to do anything about it. We're told how we have to spend the money. We're given less money than we have to spend, and that's what the result is, simply put. Yeah, the spend to save bit is quite interesting, isn't it? And I totally get this. Now, I would say that these figures are despite all the work that's been going on. And I meant to mention that in my introduction. You know, if we hadn't been doing all this work, looking at helping schools to become more inclusive and providing alternative provision in that work, these numbers would have been even bigger. Rhetorical question here, because I know nobody know the answer. You know, the spend to save. You know, if someone was to say, look, I tell you what, if we was to give you 5 years of your predicted deficit and now invest that in education, children and schooling, what would that look like? You know, we could spend to save then, couldn't we? We could say, right, we can go and fix this. You know, 5 years of what money we're going to be forced to spend up front to fix it would actually do it. But unfortunately, the rules and the financial situations, we can't. So we are where we are.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. Okay, so we'll take this item to a vote. Can I see all those in favour of the recommendations for agenda item 17? Thank you, that's unanimous. Noted. So we have a couple more items on the agenda, but that does conclude the bulk of the business for Cabinet today. The first one is agenda item 18, which is urgent decisions taken by the Chief Executive in accordance with the Constitution. Chief Executive, can you confirm if there have been any?
No urgent decisions from the last meeting. Thanks, Lou.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 19 is the Cabinet Forward Plan, and I believe this has been published on the Council website and is also on the agenda for this meeting. Lastly, we will just move towards closing this meeting, but I did just want to acknowledge that this will actually be the last meeting of Cabinet where we have Chief Executive Graham Farrant as our Chief Executive, which is, when I looked up, I was like, no, there's none in August, so this is the last one. And so I just wanted to take a moment on behalf of Cabinet and on my behalf as well, to say thank you, Graham, for all the support that you've given, not just to our Cabinet and to me as leader, but actually to Cabinets previously as well. 6 years of Cabinets is no mean feat. And as we've seen, this council is a politically complicated one. It's not always the easiest job, but I think it's really important to thank you for your support within the Cabinet meeting and for everything that you've contributed to the workings of this council. I just wanted to see if any other Cabinet members wanted to say anything whilst we're here. Nope. Councillor Brown, go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm sure there'll be other times for comments, but I think I'm the only person in this room that was actually on Graham's recruitment panel back in 2018, and I think we made the right decision because it was not sort of a run-of-the-mill, come in, run a local authority. The amount of complexity in going through LGR is not to be understated, and I see decisions this week in Lincolnshire and other places that they're starting their journey on local government reorganisation. I just think good luck, because it's not going to be easy. Pay attention to pay and reward and get that delivered early is probably my advice I'd give. I'm sure Graham would be able to give a lot of other local authority chief executives advice from his experiences over the years here. But yeah, definitely, I think the support we've had at cabinet meetings right since 2019 have been great, and yeah, it's going to be a shame, but we'll keep moving on. So thank you very much for everything. And I did, if it's okay, I did want to say that I think the chief executive did miss something out in the urgent items, the decisions he'd made since the last meeting, because he did, I recall, make an urgent decision to accept the award of the MJ Award for the best senior leadership team. I think that was the chief executive decision to accept that award. And I think it's a shame that not all of the senior leadership team are here in the room to sort of note that. And I think that's testament to all of the leadership team we've got here, testament to Graham as well, that we did receive that award and were recognised, as well as the other number of nominations we had at the MJ Awards. So I think that's really important for us to note. And I hope that the other senior leadership members who aren't here might be able to can be informed of that we do note that chief executive decision to accept that award. So.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. Yeah, just to say I'm very grateful to Graham for his help and support and wise counsel when I came over from the dark side in October 2022, and also his counsel in when I was at the beginning, when I was trying to balance a cabinet role with lots of other outside work, real life, as it were. And then just two other things. Thank you for your support. And these are just emblematic, really. Thank you for your amazing support over the Russell Coates and getting that financial package over the line in my portfolio, and more recently for all your very, very hard work over the Mudderford Wood Playgroup. So I'm really grateful for your help and support, Graham. And I do think I wonder if you're going at the right time, in the sense that there might be a lot of consultancy work out for councils who are looking for people to advise them how to do LGR.
Councillor Burton.
Yeah, just following on, agreeing with what's been said there, and focusing on cabinet, because this is the last cabinet. I'm sure we're going to say other farewells. It's going to be a long month of farewells, isn't it? Yeah. Picking up the urgent decision, urgent decisions you've made. Well, that's going to sound very different later on, isn't it? Urgent decisions. It might not be last cabinet, of course, because the next cabinet, Graham may be here as a member of the public to speak. It's always possible, isn't it? And if so, I'm looking forward to that. I would say that during cabinet meetings, and it's always interesting. Keep an eye on Graham, because he does this sort of wise nodding at times, and you go, okay, right, what I'm saying is reasonable. And if you can watch his face. If he starts to look worried, you go, okay, I need to start thinking of what I'm saying here, don't I? Those nods and frowns have been great help. So thank you.
Graham, did you want to say anything?
Very brief, if I could. Leader, thank you very much. It's been an honour and a privilege, and I'll repeat some of this at the council, but it has been an honour and a privilege to be the chief executive of such a fantastic council. Hugely complex, a huge amount of things to be done, and I think the recognition of senior leadership team of the year I want to refer to, because that recognised what we've had to do collectively, and it is a collective effort. And we've produced 5 chief executives in the meantime as well, 3 for local government, 2 in local charities. So actually we've been a developing organisation as well. I would love to say that I've loved every minute of it, but earlier on we saw there are examples of minutes when it isn't quite as enjoyable, but it has been an honour and a privilege to do. It's politically complex but stable, and actually that brings its own dynamics and its own dimensions to it. And I think picking up from Councillor Burton's comments, I'm not going to become a professional poker player in my spare time. It's a great place to live and to work, and I think the main comment I have now is what I'm looking forward to is living in the area and not worrying about the sand on the prom or the litter in the bin or whatever other services, and actually enjoying the area, because it is a fantastic place to live and work. And I think that's a point that sometimes we forget when we're looking at the trials and tribulations of running the council for it. So thank you very much, members, for your support as well. It has been a really enjoyable, pleasurable and hugely rewarding 6.5 years.
Thank you, Graham. So that now concludes the items of business for today. I want to thank everyone who's contributed to the meeting, and I'll formally close it. Thank you.